Now that we're on the record, Mooney just confessed to everyone that she loves us.
Cringe.
Cringe.
And we don't feel the same way. No, Mooney, we love you so much.
Ouch.
And I love all of the rest of you as well.
I'm glad, and I'm glad everyone is ready and excited for session. So, last session, you all discovered that the benefactor was in fact Grand Mage Crown, and found that there were some strange disturbances with the sanctuary, communication being cut off, nobody being able to reach it, and after teleporting in, had to find that your wonderful receptionist, Tops, had been replaced by a reflection that tried to kill you, eventually revealing that the entire sanctuary had secretly been cut off and was under attack by a army of reflections. Some of them copies of important members of the staff, but most of them sort of new individuals. And even more concerning, they seem to be becoming more and more real. And can do magic. As you snuck your way through the sanctuary, you found that there was a group of resistors, people who had not yet been taken, holding up in the administration office, fighting off reflections trying to catch them. Using that as a distraction, you managed to sneak your way deeper into the facility, finding the caves that were the original sanctuary before the sanctuary. Grand Mage Crown's domain when he was just a freedom fighter. And there you found the fate of the people already captured, many of them, including Jamal Tractate, slugged, and all of them, slugged or not, trapped in barriers that prevented them from escaping or influencing things with their magic, which you determined it would sort of take you too long to try to undo to get reinforcements, choosing instead to focusing on the more immediate concerns of stopping Crown and the takeover. Also captured were the Arcanus, Gof, and Hankt, who um, managed to carve themselves with sigils that prevented them from being reflected in any way, as well as mind controlled. And as you snuck through the facility, you came upon a place where they were holding Administrator Tone, managing to free him and defeat a number of reflections. Tone then snuck out of the um, sanctuary with the remaining scythes that had not yet been imprisoned, and while you all raided the Arcanist office, finding a bunch of unknown chemicals and potions and magical items and miscellanea, as well as getting healed in the doctor's office and evacuating Dr. Remley Kett. Um, Tone managed to link back up with the survivors that were outside, seemingly being led by Tops and the necromancers who may have now arrived, and arranged an attack on the first floor, a breakout to distract the reflections besieging the administrator's office, hopefully drawing enough of them off that our detective team could rescue whoever was left. As the attack went off, and as you snuck your way into the administrator's office, finding that in your absence, the reflections had broken in, seeing evidence of the survivors being driven back, walls of desks and ramparts abandoned and pushed farther apart, scars of battle and smoldering flames from attacks. Uh, you come in seeing reflections, finding a administrative staff member hiding under a desk and grabbing her and dragging her away. You manage to sneak through, avoiding detection, until you get into the final ramparts, this final last stage of defense before the door of Tone's office, piled desks and fallen stone and other miscellanea to make a barrier. And behind it, you find a number of administrative staff members cowering and hiding, some of them able to uh, chuck rocks, office supplies, and the occasional magic at the attackers, and defending them, seemingly the only real combat mages left. Um, Assistant Administrator Dean, who, of course, as everyone knows, is from Cleveland, and having summoned his Gist and defending the flanks and a um, injured and burned Metal Vaunt um, with a chunk of hair burned off. Probably gonna have to have bangs for a little while. Um, with everything in disarray, slow wound, just stopping bleeding in her side, staining her clothes, covered in soot and ashes, breathing hard, damaged and tired against the rampart, and seeing you all, uh, says, "Where have you been? What took you so long?" And as the combat happens outside, you see these people that need to be rescued. You are still in stealth in Cal's Pass Without Trace, but others are not, and you're not sure how you will be able to rescue them. But you at least have to try. As the alarm sounds and chaos erupts. That is where we open. And Kekano turns to Metal and goes,
Metal, I'm so happy to see you. I'm glad you're okay. But also, everyone else is kind of mad at you. I'm not, but everybody else is, just so you know. It's important to communicate.
Yeah, Kekano, I missed you. I missed you too. Everyone, this is important, okay? I found out the benefactor is Grand Mage Crown. He's behind all of this, okay?
That's really great detective work on your part.
Thanks. You don't seem as shocked as I expected.
Yeah, we knew. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Hal doesn't say anything, but she goes up to Metal and like puts a hand on her shoulder to cast Cure Wounds.
Okay. Roll your Cure Wounds.
Get the fuck up my desk.
And with that, I will give you a free
Medicine check?
Yeah.
Heal. D8?
Yeah, he was a reflection the whole time. I'm sure you know that by now.
A reflection?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, that makes sense with all the reflections running around. I just... no. I found some documents. Do you remember President Goldhammer at the society party? The fancy one that was talking to you, Fish, for a while. He was skimming money and working with the benefactor under blackmail, and we found documents. We found financial records. There's a lot of money moving out of the society, and we found accounts for the sanctuary fighters that hadn't been accessed since the war, and we traced it back to Crown. So I ran back here to warn you all and let you know what I found out, and then we got trapped.
8 hit points Metal.
Okay, and what was that medicine check?
Oh, right. Crap, that I had to roll that too. Silly, silly. That's not very good. 9.
9. With a 9, you see that Metal's injuries close. The wound on her side stops bleeding and scabs over. She seems to have a little more energy and is not as tired or burned. And you think that she is perhaps at the equivalent of around half health now that you've healed her. A 9 is probably not more, is not enough to give you more information than that. I fought as much as I could, and everyone, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Metal. There's a fucking spider on you.
What? Where?
No. I'm.
Don't worry, Metal. I got it.
Thank you, Gekino.
I forgive you. Oh, mate, while we're on the topic, I forgive you too for even though we don't have anything to forgive you for because you didn't build the ampule, and I just wanted to say because I didn't say it earlier, that's great. And I hope you feel better.
I do feel better. Metal, darling, it's so good to see you again. We need to get everyone out of here very quickly. Is there a secret entrance?
Not as far as we know. You look out on the at the office, peeking over the rampart, and this is a large kind of rectangular room. The entrance, which is about halfway down on the left, has kind of been broken open wider, and there are still reflections coming in and stalking around. Although even their attention is kind of being drawn to the fight outside, so they're distracted, but they are still in the way. And Metal draws your attention to kind of the far wall, which you can see has like some desks piled up as if it was like a strong point at some point. And she says, there was a staff member. I don't know if you knew her, Jellica. She had some earth magic, and between the two of us, we weakened that wall. We're hoping that maybe we could break out that way and give us enough space, but it's far, and I don't know if we could get me there, or Sinner. I don't know if you're willing to. Yeah, I could probably do something about that if we can get over there.
And we will. We can.
Okay.
Because we're all together. And we have the power.
We're all together, and we have the power.
Wait, we're not all together. Isle isn't here. Fuck.
Oh, shit. Isle would be so good in this situation. Can you imagine her just running in as a wolf, just getting way too in the front lines, and then we have to drag her out when she gets too injured? She just wants to keep biting. Like always.
So Patrick.
Mhm.
Oh, so you're going.
Yeah.
Yep. So with the distraction stones, May has 3 of them are sound, 3 of them are smell. When I first made them, I wanted one to be smoke, like the smell of smoke really strongly, and like at least one to be the most disgusting smell known to man, like physically repulsive sort of odor. I want May to chuck that one at where the reflections are coming in.
Okay. You want to chuck that in where the reflections are coming in. Give me, I will say, either a persuasion, deception, or performance roll with advantage, and we'll see how effective that is.
Yeah, let's go persuasion. That's a 13, so 17.
17. Okay. With a 17, there are still people. There's kind of a crowd at the doorway. Some people are pushing in to kind of like secure the room, and some other people are pushing out to get to the fighting. When you chuck it there and it goes off, you just see everybody kind of turn away from that doorway and just kind of like cough and cover their faces. The doorway is not entirely clear. You can still see people kind of like running past outside, but the actual frame of the doorway now no longer has someone blocking it, but it has pushed some people that were like exiting inside. Overall, decently effective. There are certainly a lot of enemies between you and the doorway, but they don't seem to be looking your way yet. Seem to be kind of focusing on this smell, kind of pushing it away. And you see one of the reflections kind of mumbles to herself and then holds out her hand, and you feel like a breeze coming through the room, kind of like sucking out air on the smell. And with a 17, she's just like, "It's not working." Oh, it's lingering.
May's like, yeah, you've never smelled anything this bad in your short little life before. Then May's going to turn to the others and go, right, while their attention is on that, let's sprint across, specifically to the area they were trying to weaken.
Okay. You all have your stealth checks from before, but you do have a big group that you're trying to manage. So I would say everybody roll stealth with disadvantage, but still with your plus 10. And I will roll perception for the peoples to see how many of the group they kind of clock.
16 for me.
Why did I roll a nat 19 and a nat 1?
Oh, I got a 2.
I was like, oh.
So
Nat 1, which is a total of 15.
that's 13 for me.
Okay. For me? 15? Okay.
Yeah.
And I also need to roll one for Sinner. Sinner and
He better
Mercy.
come through.
And Mercy.
Yeah.
Who you forget exists.
Yes. She doesn't do a lot in combat, but she's important. She's important support.
She's still flipped in the eyes of the reflections, so
Yeah.
she's allowed to do whatever.
Yeah.
You are all like ducking from corner to corner, and she's fully just like walking through the middle of the hallways.
I'm really proud of myself for being like, can Mercy just make herself look mirrored? Because I could tell you went, yeah, but she can't do it to anybody else. I was like, I'm not asking for anybody else.
No, that works. That's works for her power set. But yes, Mercy actually rolled high enough on her stealth that I'll say she also starts kind of mumbling to herself as you sneak out into the office, and she's staring at some of the reflections, and one of them just goes, "What'd you say?" "I didn't say anything." "No, you called me something. What was that?" And they're just kind of distracted by a little bit of psychic whispers as she helps sneak you across. Unfortunately, the group you are with is injured and slow. Sinner is a big guy with not a lot of stealth, and
He didn't get healed?
He didn't get healed.
Did he
Oh,
not?
no. He's not the injured one.
Yeah,
It's the other people.
Yes, the
Gotcha.
randos,
Gotcha.
the administrator half.
Oh, yeah.
Are
Yes,
injured.
the other
Sinner's
guys,
fine.
yeah.
Sinner's just a big guy, and so he got an okay stealth roll, which means he absolutely has to like kick over a desk to make enough room to get out from behind the barricade. You start making it across the room, and you get about a third of the way before people start taking note of you and pointing you out. You have managed to usher a lot of the staff kind of against the far wall, so you were still somewhat between them and danger, and it is just as they kind of get in a position to make more of a break for it that the others notice you. Anything else that you do in this moment to try to facilitate getting across?
Um,
No, Fish just had a thought to say to Cal, but it could be afterwards. Go ahead.
Is there any
Um,
sort of? Oh, sorry. Go.
no, you're right. I was gonna say May would like throw one of the sound stones. There's one that's like screaming fire. It's more about the volume, like throwing it in between and having them be like, oh, what's going on? Yeah.
I would just ask, what's the lighting like in here, and is there anything that could be, like, are there any desks on the reflection area that could be like, if I shadow spirit and like made splinters of, is there just stuff I can blow up over by them?
Give me an Arcana roll. The light in here is dim but not dark. There's pools of light and shadows. Like some of the magical lights have been destroyed. There's a little bit of smoke from kind of like smoldering wood in here. You know, some like visual kind of obscurity. What was
19.
the Arcana check? 19. With the 19, there are there are a number of kind of reflection corpses you notice, and you know they're reflection corpses because they kind of like shrivel up and age a little bit after they die. You don't see any non-reflection corpses. It seems like they managed to take everyone alive, which it seems like they're very willing to sacrifice themselves if it means capturing other sorcerers alive for some reason. But as you reach out to the necromantic power of these corpses, you feel resistance, and you feel it from two fronts. With a 19, you feel another presence, different necrotic magic, and you know that Angelus has some influence on these reflections because you've felt her there before, and you feel that you would have to really push through her magic, even on dead reflections, to be able to affect these corpses. As you also start to try to find your way to like weave around her magic and maybe get into like the bones that are not
Influenced by her, yeah.
the bones by her. You focus on like a leg that's been severed, and you try to affect those bones on the assumption that they are now separate from the parts she had control over. You feel that you could kinda sorta affect those, but you feel a dampening effect, as if a cold blanket was settling over your shoulders as soon as you reach out. And you know from experience and warnings as a necromancer who came to the sanctuary for the first time, that part of the sanctuary security is that the dead cannot be raised on sanctuary ground. They have anti-necromantic magic that keeps zombies and skeletons and such from being formed within this area, and that it is part of the same system. So you would assume that the anti-teleportation security is, and other security measures, and you know all the security is on. So as you feel that, you're like, okay, well, there was a chance they shut that off specifically, maybe to help Angelus. Seems like no. And a 19... Well, you did do your death sense earlier when you were in the caverns. So I will say you did feel a lessening of that effect in the caverns under the sanctuary. So you do know you may be able to raise the dead in certain parts of those caverns just because they're far enough away from the sanctuary itself to be out of that range of effect. But you don't know specifically like where that would be necessarily.
Okay. And
Okay.
nothing that I could like blow up.
Nothing that you could like blow up. There are definitely like some pools of shadows that you could do like a weaving shadows to turn into real darkness. Not for like the whole room, but there are certain pools of it that could be really dark. You could use that to for example, keep attention away from the people fleeing, or draw attention to yourself with like a dancing lights or something like that. There's some things you can do.
Yeah, I would say that Cal just kind of keeps a shadow barrier around the group as she's going, just like something that's just like kind of the equivalent of her ward. It's not gonna like hurt somebody, but it is gonna like smack somebody around if they get too close.
Mm-hmm. All right. As you run out and the reflections notice you, I need everyone to roll advantage as we get into a little bit of sort of a running combat.
You said roll advantage. You mean roll?
All right, roll initiative.
Initiative. Okay.
Did May Soundstone do anything?
Yes. Everything you've done is affecting things, but everybody's still got to roll initiative. It's going to be like, oh, in initiative order, this one reflection was distracted by this thing, and even though it's their turn, they don't run towards you or things like that.
16.
16? Okay.
9.
I also want to
18.
point out that the reason I said that is Cinna rolls initiative with advantage, which is what I was thinking of. Cal 16, Fish was what?
9.
9.
The sword is heavy.
The sword is very heavy. You're having to drag it around.
May's 18.
18. That's cocked.
Honor the cop.
Yeah, you gotta honor the cock. It means you gotta re-roll. That is 18 for Sinner. We'll have Sinner go before May. And Mercy and Metal. In the grand old tradition, Metal rolled really shitty on initiative, but yes, it's still high enough to get it up to a 10, so not last.
The leader goes last.
The leader goes last. It's
Yeah,
true.
Fish is like, thank fucking God. I'm no longer a leader.
Technically, that would actually mean Mercy goes last. Mercy is the leader, because Mercy got an 8.
Oh, mess.
Alright.
Drink water.
Yes, drink water. I don't know what that is in reference to, but drink water.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll just
Don't
spit it
drink
back out.
water.
I'll drink Pepsi. That's our sponsor.
That's the joke that I was doing under the assumption that you'd all be looking. So-
Okay, that brings us to Sinner up first with May on deck. Let's do this. Sinner, first things first, he just kind of ended up on sort of the far side of the group from the enemies, just in the way you were running in, mostly because he was trying to stealth and he's a big guy, so he tried to hide behind as much like physical material as possible, getting between him and the people looking at him. He is just watching the enemy, just eyes entirely on them while he's sneaking out, which absolutely means he's stepping on things that are cracking and breaking and being louder than he needs to be, but it also means that the second they turn and realize you're there, he is charging. So he is going to immediately sprint into the group of 3 of them that are closest, that are right in front, and he is going to try to beat the shit out of them. Bonus action, you see his You see his muscles swell, his size grow slightly as his gauntlets come out, and then we're going to do hit. Oh, need more dice. Okay. Not wonderful damage, but he gets right up into the mix, right up into people's faces, and that is runs up to the first guy, light jab to the face, making some room, backs that person up. Immediately spins to a savage hook into someone's kidney that really just rocks him back against one of the desks. And he has brought a lot of attention on himself to buy you some time. That is May with Cal on deck.
Yeah. How many reflections are there, Patrick?
There are within the room right now about 8, but not all of them are focused on you in this moment. They some of them are still facing away, and there are also a decent amount outside. So turning this into more of a full-scale war and trying to take them all out rather than get away may lead to more backup coming.
Yeah, another vibe. Can May feasibly make it all the way over to where the weakened area is on her movement? In one go?
If you took a dash action, if you also use your action to move, you would definitely get there with a little bit of extra movement. As it is, because you're dodging desks and other people and kind of jumping over things, you can get most of the way there with your movement.
Okay. I'll get as far as I can without dashing then, and May will do information overload to the one that took the really bad kidney shot.
Excellent.
The spell save DC is 14.
14. Let's roll that intelligence save. That is really bad. That would be a intelligence. Oh, +1. That's respectable. I think a 3 is less than your spell save DC.
Yeah, I reckon so. All right.
Go ahead and roll damage for that.
That's a 7. That's a 5 plus 3. That's 15 off the bat, baby.
Ooh.
15.
These guys.
Okay. You see a this person just gets rocked back against the desk, comes back up, starts gathering like an energy grenade in her hand to just like push into Sinner's face, and just seems to hear something and is turning around to look at you. Eyes widen, roll back into her head, just goes, ugh!
Cool.
Out.
And the information that May was putting in was basically like, back the fuck off. That was the information. Very loud.
You actually see her like try to like scramble away from you and Sinner in fear before she passes out and slumps under a desk. She's out. All right. Any bonus actions?
No, I don't have anything she can do.
All right. You can you can take a potion, which drinking it yourself is a bonus action.
Actually,
you always have that option.
I can't use identify as a bonus, can I?
No,
Nah,
it's an action.
Yeah.
Then that is Cal's turn with the enemy on deck.
Cal is gonna go try to get as big of a group as she can to Shadow Wave.
Okay. You have to, let's see. If you use your regular movement, you would get up kind of flanking Sinner a little bit, although behind cover, and you'd be able to do a Shadow Wave to get 3 people as they're kind of crowding near the door. You could technically get 4 if you like really got up in the mix, but that would be like...
I'll do the first option.
Yeah, that would be like opportunity attacks if you had to retreat or something like that. Okay.
And that's
3
going to
wisdom
be
saves.
a 14.
14 to hit, 14 damage?
No, 14 to save against.
Okay, cool. It's going to be this guy. Wisdom saving throw. Okay, that is a 10. That is a 18, which is surprising.
Yeah.
And that is a 13. All right. One success fails. Roll that damage for me.
And do I get sneak attack?
Yeah, Sinner's close enough to
Yep.
be threatening two of them, not the third one. So we'll say that's the one you missed.
Cool.
So, yeah, sneak attack on the damage.
Okay. Yes, so that is 5d6. Got all of my little nice shaman dice.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the reasons I got them for you, because I knew you'd be doing sneak attack damage, which uses d6.
Also, the very nice sewing one that it got me. 13, 16, 18.
18 damage?
Yeah.
Cool. Let me double check.
Fuck them up!
18 damage. Both of the ones you hit just kind of like stag and manage to rally before they actually pass out, but they look so haggard all of a sudden. You can tell you did a pretty tremendous amount of damage to them. They're not out, but they're not doing good.
Well, and then for my action, I'll hide.
Okay.
I
And
can hide behind center.
you can actually hide behind a desk. There is peek behind the curtain. D&D 5e, if you are a small race like a dwarf or a gnome or something like that, there are some abilities that let you hide behind a person that is bigger than you.
Excellent.
Cal is not that short, so I
He
think she hides
will.
behind a desk, but that is like a power I will give to like goblins and stuff.
It has to be barefoot in order to do it.
Yeah.
I will say
She's
she
too tall with
hides
the
against the desk, and she's like, "Center, cover me."
Yeah, and you also get actual cover behind the desk. You're harder to hit
Yep.
with aimed attacks. You actually see as you send that shadow wave out, the third person that you miss sort of dances back and ducks behind a desk as well. And you recognize, okay, maybe another like necro reflection or something like that. Somebody similar to you, at least. Somebody enough to recognize the
What's up? Yeah.
the attack. Yeah, and you hide. Roll that stealth check for me.
Where the fuck did that go? Okay, that's a 27.
27, very nice. All right. That is the enemy's turn with Metal and Dean and your kind of useless allies on deck. We are going to take some attacks. Because you are hidden and Sinner is drawing so much attention, the two that are very injured are right in front of him, and they're going to do some attacks. This person is going to go crit and miss for that attack, and this person will yeah, they would do that. Even though that's not optimal, they had a giant man run up and punch him in the face, and then they got super injured. So they're going to do that attack, which does hit. Okay. Where is... There we go. Okay, that is 14 points of damage to Sinner. As you see, the big person he's squaring up on, who, again, because of Cal, looks very fucked up, has a like long-handled mace that he kind of swings up and catches Sinner right in the knee with. And Sinner like braces himself and kind of like pushes the knee out and keeps from crumpling, but takes 14 points of damage. Then the person next to him, clearly an elementalist, gathers some fire into her hands and tries to shoot it in basically Sinner's face at super short range. And we'll see how that goes. That is an additional, 5 damage to Sinner as the fire kind of like catches him in the shirt, and you do see in a very professional move, Sinner is dodging and weaving, putting his hands up, blocking stuff. His shirt catches on fire and just automatically, as part of the movements, just like smothers it and puts it out and keeps going.
He was gonna like.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going with.
Because him being like professional, it's like, oh, it's a professional striptease.
Yeah, maybe if his shirt was like actually on fire and it got more damage, he'll just rip it off. We'll save
I'll be
that. We'll
like,
keep that in
"I
our
got
back
you, man,
pocket.
I got you. Burning hands.
Genuinely, I did almost have that elementalist do burning hands, which would have at that moment hit only Sinner, just because he was so scared of Sinner running up in his face. That is then going to be this person who has pretty good perception, so we'll have him roll that. That is a nat 1. Does not pay attention to all the fleeing people that he could hit, and is also going to attack Sinner.
How much HP does old mate have again?
Sinner?
How's a yeah?
Sinner total has 90.
We get
Not great, but okay. Yeah,
Let
yeah,
me
we're
the
good.
tank.
Yeah.
I will run down the health for everyone, so you all know in comparison. 35 at full for Cal, 30 at full for Fish, 44 at full for May, 90 at full for Sinner. It may not be a ton, it's still a good amount.
Yeah.
Sure.
Remember when you were gonna fight this guy?
Thanks for being hot, May.
Yeah. Thanks for
Remember
being
when
hot,
we
May.
remember when we weren't gonna bring him? No.
You did really save the day by being hot.
And kind. I think that was the more important
Yeah.
part. Being
That is
No,
important.
that's true. I mean, I think he
And-
finds your kindness hot.
Oh yeah, he's a
Mm.
pathetic little man with a lot of muscles.
No.
That's really the vibe.
So it is so different to the rough and tumble people that he is used to that it's like, oh, well, that's nice.
I mean,
He knows his coffee order. What else is he gonna do?
Sinner is a dog that has been kicked by every owner getting a nice pet for the first time. that is just what happened.
Yeah, he's a sad little man.
The Necro Reflection ducks behind a desk and tries to hide. Cal can't super see where the enemies are as she is hiding, but she sees Sinner's eyes track him as he hides and knows that he did not roll well enough in that hide to avoid Sinner's passive perception. But he's got some battlefield awareness, and it's not working, so he does not roll with advantage when he attacks. And that's a nat 1, so I'm not going to roll damage. Jumps up, Shadow Spear that absolutely hits just annihilates a pencil holder off one of the desks 3 feet to the left of Sinner. Absolutely focused more on in a reaction to Sinner charging than actually preparing a good attack. That means there is 2 more people that even have really some awareness that other people are fleeing and are not still reacting to the distracting sounds. So let me do some perception checks for them, because one of them could be more focused on the sound than people. That's decent, and that's decent. One of them is like is still kind of like coming back around from the distracting sound of fire, and sees Sinner more in the mix. Is going to roll an attack with disadvantage for being so distracted. Nope. And then the last person with some actual perceptive awareness sees the group that is running past and sees some potential targets of attack. And because Dean has his Gist out, is probably going to focus on him. Because he is a big threat that is not Sinner. That is going to be this person is going to... who actually doesn't have any long-range attacks. So we'll see how this works out. Okay, yeah. Still a pretty good roll. There is a person you see running up, leaps over a desk. Do a quick acrobatics check for that. Nat 20. Just vaults over the desk, takes out a dagger, electrifies it, and chucks it at Dean. And you see Dean use one of his reactions, because the Gist is close enough, that the Gist steps in the way and takes that damage instead. Let me roll.
Do we need to worry about the Gist after this, or is he relatively, like, not used it a lot?
So, I would say give me a history or Arcana.
Oh, we don't need to
check.
make a thing out of it. I was just, we can do this later. I was just curious.
I'd like to make a thing out of it. I want to know.
Okay. Yeah, all right. History then. That's not a bad roll. That's a 21.
Not bad.
Yeah, not
Was
bad.
that history or what?
History?
Okay. You are watching the Gist kind of at the corner of your eye, since you ran close to the wall and are now kind of like turning back a little more towards the room at large. And you see a you kind of, I guess, focus on his Gist for the first time. There are different types of Gists than the classic anger. Some are harder to put out, and some are harder to retrieve. This seems like one that is harder to put out, and Dean does not seem to be particularly well versed in the combat of Gist usage, but that is being more like the Gist is clearly connected to him and is not being like aggressive enough. It's kind of like hanging back and staying next to him rather than running forward and attacking or stuff like that. So it's kind of the opposite problem of being like, maybe the Gist will do damage to your allies, but the bigger danger is the Gist like going away and Dean not having the power anymore for a minute. Okay. But yeah, not a great, not a great thing to have a Gist out if you can, help it. Okay, that's that. And then I need, what is it? Where is my thing? Here we go. Okay. And okay, this elementalist runs across the room, vaults over the desk, takes out this dagger, electrifies it, whips it away. It is beautiful. It's like a dance. It's perfect. The perfect arc as this knife releases from his hand. Dean is looking at other people, looking at other enemies, not keeping enough situational awareness, isn't even looking at this threat in front of him. As the Gist steps in front of him, takes the dagger in the shoulder, pulls the dagger out, and just drops it to the ground and keeps, like, charging further into the room. Did very little damage, and the Gist did not notice that much. It hits the Gist and just goes, and just pulls it out. Very, very impressive attack for a very underwhelming damage. And everybody else is too distracted to do anything. So that is Dean and Metal and your allies. The allies are going to do a double move to try to get through, but they're also blocking each other's way. That is okay. Most of the administrative staff, the non-combatants, run through. They get caught up on desks and equipment scattered around. They're blocking each other's view as well as trying to give as wide a berth to the fighters as possible. And so they get most of the way to the wall. They get to about where May is with a double movement. Dean is going to fully throw his Gist into the mix next to Sinner. So that gets him close enough to attack this one guy. Oh, actually, the Elementalist ran past and attacked him, so that guy's actually closest. Going to run up. Going to do that. All right, cool. The Gist rolls up and sort of like overwhelms the Elementalist who just attacks him, almost like seems to grow bigger and then kind of swallow him in a way. And the person then steps out behind the Gist. Black smoking burns on his face and hands as he scrubs at his eyes, and did a bunch of damage, but is not down, but seems a little bit incapacitated in some way. And then Metal, who is going to take up position sort of on the flank, a little bit behind to the side of where Cal is. And she is going to... Yeah, this is the big opportunity. She is going to... Burning Hands. Use that spell point. And this guy. Okay. Damage. And they all have to make some saving throws. Fail, success, fail. Fail, fail, success. Okay. As Metal comes up near Cal, she leaps onto a desk and says, "Hey, look over here!" And puts her hands together in kind of like a a Hadouken position in a way that you haven't seen before. It seems like she has been training a little bit while she's been gone. And when she unleashes Burning Hands, instead of this big wide cone, what rolls out is a line of fire, a very pointed, big blast pushing into all of the people. One of the desks right by Cal catches on fire. Metal was clearly avoiding you, but now that desk is on fire and there's a bunch of smoke coming up. And a bunch of people get tons of damage. One of the people, the one that was right in front of Cal, burns to death. And because it's an area of effect, it also catches that person. So they are on fire and screaming, but not dead. The necromancer that was taking pot shots at Sinner. And a bunch of other people in the doorway are very fucked up. That brings us to Mercy with Sinner on deck. Mercy is going to usher over to the run over to the friendlies, and she is going to she'll do that. That makes sense. She is going to cast a area of effect spell on the non-combatants. With that range, it can get... Yeah, she'll actually spend an extra spell point to make the range a little bit wider, so she can get all of them and also gets May. You can see Mercy is concentrating on a spell as she kind of runs halfway across the room, ducks behind a desk to get some cover, and sort of closes her eyes and holds out a hand to that part of the room. May you feel yourself feel a little lighter, a little quicker, a little more agile, as everyone in her area of effect speed increases by 10 feet. Which gives the non-combatants a little more room to run, and May a little more room to do what she's going to do. That is Sinner's turn with May on deck. Sinner has kind of drawn a lot of focus, and...
So you just skipped Fish?
Oh, shit! I did skip Fish. Fish was supposed to go before Mercy. Yes, I'm so sorry. Fish's turn.
Thanks. Okay, so the necromancer reflection that is hiding behind the cover, are they still there?
They are still there, and their hide check was bad enough that your passive perception, you can see where they are.
Okay. Fish shrugs Kekano off their shoulder, points over there, and goes, "Go bite their face off, and or pull them out of cover so someone else can hit them." And then takes a swing at fucking the person nearest to them with their sword.
Okay. You need to use a little bit of movement to get to the person who is closest to you. That would be the that would get you kind of close to the guy who went through the Gist. As he is
Take him out where he's done.
Struggling.
Finish him off.
And Kekno is going to run over. I will say, if you want to use your bonus action, Kekano can get in and try to drag the guy out of cover. I don't believe you would have to give up your attack in order to have him actually attack. But if you give up your bonus action, I'll let him try to grab the guy and drag him out of cover.
Okay, for bonus action, Kekano can drag him out.
Yep. All right, Kekino, let's do a grapple check with you, my boy. That is not particularly good, but
Well, he doesn't have thumbs, does he?
he does not have thumbs. He has a mouth that he can bite with. And this guy got not good, but still better than Kekino. You see Kekino disappear behind the desk, and you hear someone go, "What the hell? Ow! Ow! Get off!" But you don't actually see him emerge from cover. Go ahead and roll your attack against this dude with advantage, and you get a +1 swinging your big sword.
First of all, it's like, good job, buddy. Bite the face off. Advantage. That's 15 to hit.
Yep, definitely hits. Roll your damage.
Eight.
8. Okay. That one. That guy had that much, which will do that. Okay. You grab your big sword. It is almost as tall as you are, and it is so heavy. You run up. You pick it up. Put the point on a desk so you can like get more leverage and get underneath it. Take it up with a big chop and just carve into this guy. It almost doesn't like cut. It hits like some shoulder armor, and you can hear like bones snap as this person gets very, very fucked up by this big swing. Not quite dead, but on death's door.
Fish goes, "Oh, nice one, me." I hooked ya. It's a joke because I'm fish.
What? What are you talking about?
What do you don't know who I am, you piece of shit? I'll kill you.
And that is Fish's turn. We'll go to Sinner with May on deck. Everybody is pretty close to the wall, and Sinner has drawn a lot of attention. So, let's see. Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. It's going to attack there, hit. That's going to do this. Sinner pokes looks over his shoulder, sees all of these people getting burned by metal, sees Cal in a position ready to ambush, sees how a lot of these people, a lot of these reflections have been driven back or injured, and that he is got a lot of attention, him and the Gist, and he sees that he has drawn all this attention away from the non-combatants. He steps in with a sharp back elbow, busting this guy's nose up into his brain as he immediately falls over, unconscious or dead, and then says, "Everyone, look at me! Over here!" And then runs across the room, leaping over the desks, sprinting and jumping. That is... Wow. As you... May, as you see Sinner running over towards you, he is leaping, and just like the power of his legs and the control, he kind of like seems to float for just a moment. There's just like this slight hesitation in the air as he leaps over with just the perfect power to get him up and over without like scraping his head on the ceiling. Just the perfect amount of power, and it's like it doesn't have a dancer's grace, but he's got something there that just lets him leap through. As he got shockingly a 17 on the acrobatics check to run across the room without being hindered by the desks. He has enough movement from where he is to get past May, get up to the wall, and he has been saving this action for a check to knock it down. Gets advantage on this because his muscles is huge and he's channeling all of his magic into this. Let's see what happens. That is bad, and that is a nat 20.
He saw May like admiringly looking at him as he like leapt like a fucking gazelle. He's bolstered.
Yeah, I think as he's going through, his eyes meet May as he's in the air for just a moment as he's rolling past, and May is like, maybe that was a wink, maybe that was just like sweat and smoke in the eye. It was just kind of like a half lid close or something as he makes eye contact for a moment, runs up, and then exactly like he did in the ruins, fighting Jonas's wall, just runs up and punches this wall, and it explodes. Let's see how big of a hole it makes. Also, did all the sound shut off for you guys as well, the sound effects? Weird.
I thought I was still hearing them, but that could just be me.
Maybe it's just the cats fighting.
That'd be weird, especially since Shinobi's here and he's fine.
They found swords. That's what's happening. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. And let's do that. And that. Yep. Plus the nat 20. Sinner full on punches the wall with his gauntlet, and you see that he is specifically aiming for cracks. He's looking for weaknesses. He's getting in there and chipping away where it is weakest. And he busts open the wall. It's not a particularly big hole, definitely like a one-at-a-time person crouching through kind of thing, but people can get through, and he can widen it. Other people can also widen it now that it's kind of like destroyed, and he just has 5 feet of movement left to kind of like step away from the wall and face back towards the enemy. That is May's turn with Cal on deck.
So how thick is the wall?
The wall is an interior wall for the sanctuary. It's certainly thicker than like a building would be because it's underground and needs to support weight and stuff like that. But it is about we'll say probably like 8 inches thick or something like that. Mostly stone. It's
Beautiful.
It's decently beefy, but especially now that Sinner has shattered it, if you want to like use your action to try to like rip more stones out of the wall or something like that and try to widen it, you certainly can. And of course, you also have more movement, so you could just run out and try to like clear the way in the hallway or something like that.
Okay. May's gonna use her action to go up to the wall, mold earth it wider to get as many people out as quickly as possible, and while she's there, she's gonna do a perception on like what's waiting in the next room.
Okay, absolutely. Give me that perception check.
That is a dirty 20.
Oh, dirty 20. All right. You first go through the hole, duck your head out into the hallway. You see The attackers, your allies from the sanctuary, have been pushed back almost entirely to the doorway. This distraction is probably not going to last very much longer, as the reflections, by sheer force of number, have kind of overwhelmed them, as well as the inside of the sanctuary being such a strong defensive position. There are definitely reflection corpses being stepped over up there. Definitely, they took some damage. But you see that this fight has drawn a fair amount of the reflections to that side, more pouring out from side rooms. There is a way that is clear to the Council of Elders chamber, or not entirely clear, but clear enough. You know, people in the way that have their back to you that you could get around, run past them, things like that. There are deeper in, you can see one or two reflections coming out of like offices where they were, something like that, to run towards the fight. That would be a direction to flee or to get the sort of non-combatants out. May need someone to pick off those people, clear the way in order to give them a clean break, or just try to run past them and hold up somewhere. And with the dirty 20, just as you're poking your head out, you see Grand Mage Crown step out of the Council of Elders offices, look towards this, looks towards this fight that is happening, puts a hand on the wall, energy flows through it, and some sort of security measure has been activated as you see and hear, and most importantly feel, the earth shake and the ceiling above the entrance start to collapse. It looks like it's not happening quite yet, but it looks like he's going to he's triggered something that's going to block off the entrance, so your allies can't keep fighting, come through. And with that dirty 20, that is a high enough perception that you see him start to turn his head back towards you, and you duck back in before he sees you. You mold earth. You manage to point to a part of the wall that has been weakened by Sinner, and so you just rip off a big chunk. And now it's still one at a time to get through, but people no longer have to make acrobatics checks. They don't need to squeeze through. They can now just run through, as the hole is now wide enough for a person to comfortably get through.
Okay, sorry, Patrick, I'm having a bit of trouble imagining, like, is there a clear route for, like, minus the few reflections milling about, is there potentially a clear thoroughfare for the non-combatants to get to the entrance so they can properly evacuate?
The entrance is so crowded with combatants and people, and now the earth collapsing, that you couldn't get them through the entrance without, like, if you really want to bring out some like big gun spells to kind of like knock people over or clear the way in some way, you could maybe do that if you really hurry. But the more sensible move would perhaps be to take them the other direction and either have them hole up somewhere safe or disappear into the tunnels and hide, or maybe you can get them down to where the Scythe's training area is, to the other elevator. There was a lot of reinforcements heading to that area when you were last there, but also now there's a big attack, so hopefully they're being drawn over here and that place is abandoned.
Was it the Elders Council chambers that had the secret exit back up?
No, it as far as you know, the other elevator is in the Scythe training area, which is where you rescued Tone. That's how he and the other Scythes got out. But you don't necessarily know if like they had enough time to like disable that elevator or something like that after they captured you. It does make sense to you that the Council of Elders like private chambers would have emergency exits, including like one to the surface, but that's not public
Interesting.
knowledge. You don't know.
Yeah. Okay, and sorry, I'm like making a decision. I just want to ask one more question. How far is it from here to the scythes area feasibly? Like, how many minutes?
There is a kind of short run where it seems like there's one reflection and maybe a second one that's running up that would be in the way before you get to the stairs, down the stairs, and then to the other side of the sanctuary. With all of the non-combatants running, you could get into the scythe area, you know, hurting people in under a minute. It's just like if everybody's full on sprinting and the way is clear, barring, you know, major traffic jams, you could get there pretty fast.
Okay. May's going to, seeing all of this happen, magical telephony to the group. Round here, the entrance is about to come down, like the ceiling is cracking. We can't get the civilians past the people at the entrance. I'm going to take them to the scythe area with Cinna's help, and we're going to use the elevator there.
That sounds good. My sword's stuck in this guy.
Since when do you use a sword?
Right
Just
now.
quickly.
Right
Okay. Then May's gonna.
Don't you know I'm a
turn to
sword guy
Cinna.
now?
May turns to Cinna. Cinna, you're with me. We're gonna get these people out. And then May's gonna turn
Yes.
to
May
May's gonna
cuts
turn to like
British fish out of the coal.
to the group of civilians. Gonna like wolf whistle or something like to get their attention. And he says, "Follow me. If anything happens, stay back or hide."
Okay.
And then May uses the rest of her movement to get as far as she can.
Okay. You get out into the hallway. You're heading towards the like straggler reflections that are blocking the way. Okay. You run through. You already used your action. I don't know if you have any bonus action. I don't believe you have any
Nothing
bonus
that I
action
can use.
attacks. But yeah, you can kind of get in position. Those reflections see you and clearly become aware of you as a threat as you're charging towards them. That is Cal's turn with your enemies on deck.
I'll just aim at a shadow wave at the reflection stragglers that are blocking May's way.
Okay, and that would require you to use. Yeah, that's far enough that you would need to use your bonus action to dash as well, and then you would only have your action left. So if you're going to follow May out, you would have a Shadow Spear. There is also...
Hold on. So I'd have to use my movement, a bonus action or action, but I also need to do Shadow Wave, which is a bonus action.
Yes. So you wouldn't be able to do Shadow Wave, you'd be able to do a Shadow Spear. Because you were kind of more in the mix and May was in the far side of the room doing evacuation stuff, your movement kind of gets you to about the hole that May just exited out of, but doesn't get you all the way out of the room into the hallway.
In that case, I'm just going to keep Shadow Waving into the reflections near me.
I will also say you were hiding and in stealth, so if you use a Shadow Spear first, you get advantage on that attack.
Would you let me have a free action to Arcana check the defense that Crown just did?
You would have to be able to see it, so you'd have to get out into the hallway, but yes, that would just be a free action.
Cool,
Yeah.
then I will do that then.
Okay. You pick out a enemy. Do you want any of the people that Metal injured? And you also see the other Necromancer is not doing so hot, and not totally dead, but kind of on his last legs.
I'll do bullshit Necromancer.
From your angle, you can just kind of like see his back as he's kind of like struggling with something, and you can psychically hear Kekino going,
Take that! Take that!
Okay, for the Shadow Spear, that's gonna be a...
You roll with
17.
advantage?
Oh, no, but I
Yeah,
will.
you were hidden, so you were just like appearing out of the shadows to shoot this guy in the back of the head.
Yeah, 17 to hit.
Okay, definitely hits. Roll your damage plus your sneak attack.
Okay. Boop, 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 boop. What was that?
I will say you could save your sneak attack for the Shadow Wave, but it would be... You can only get a couple people with Shadow Wave and get sneak attack. You can get way more people just like not doing sneak attack. Because those are all the people metal hurt.
Okay. 2d10. Yeah. Whoop. Eight and 14 damage.
Okay, 14 damage. You watch this reflection struggle out from behind the desk, and just as his back makes an appearance, you step out, kind of flick your fingers, and a thin needle of shadow comes out, pierces that guy in the heart. A bunch of blood and this silvery metal splatters on Kekino, who goes, "Gross!" And Kekino is then going to jump off him and scurry around the desk as that guy is dead. You still have your movement and a bonus action.
Okay. I'm going to move towards the defense system and try to hit any. So moving towards the defense system, gonna also try and hit as many reflections with the Shadow Wave as I can.
Okay.
You figure that out.
You can move a little bit deeper in, do a Shadow Wave that will hit 4 people, all of which have at least been damaged by Metal's attack. So that may take a lot of people out. Whoever is left standing is going to get opportunity attacks on you as you run past out into the hallway to see the security system. Otherwise, you can go the long way towards where May went out through the hole, which will get you to the hole, but not necessarily in position
I'll do the
to
first.
see the alarm. All right, you got it.
14.
This guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. Let's see. Okay, save, fail.
And this
Roll your
one's
damage.
not gonna be sneak attack, right?
Yep.
Cool. Um, 13 damage.
Okay. 13 damage. The 2 people that fail die as you overwhelm them. The 2 that manage to duck out of the way, kind of throwing up, ducking behind a desk to get out of the way, or just kind of skipping back, closing their eyes, and forcing their way through your psychic assault, are still in your way. You're going to get 2 opportunity attacks as you run past them. Okay. That is going to be from this guy. That is going to be a 15 to hit, which I believe hits.
Mm-hmm.
And this is going to be a 16 to hit.
Okay.
Fortunately, the big beefy boy who is there is one of the ones that failed and died because his wisdom's not very good. And so the 2 that you run past only get to whip out their daggers and hit you. So certainly a lot less damage than it could be for dagger attacks. Boo. You take 8 damage as they kind of cut at you, snatch your robes, you duck around them, and you get around and out into the hallway. You look up and you are almost face to face with Crown. There is genuinely like 10 feet separating you, and he was looking down the hall at May. Head turns around and looks straight into your eyes. As you roll your Arcana check to check out this security system.
Cal's gonna roll her Arcana check, but she's also going to, especially because Crown wasn't watching her, she's going to bow and fake being a reflection. So should I also roll Deception?
Yeah, give me a deception check and an Arcana or Perception check, which will give you slightly different information.
For Arcana, we're gonna do 12.
Okay.
Oh, fuck yeah! Deception, that's gonna be a nat 20 plus 2. Yeah,
It's a
that's
shame that
easy,
Cal doesn't
Crown.
have a reflection and he knows this already. No.
Yeah. He's like, you know what? You and your sister and I are cool, so we good.
I don't think you're a whore right now.
Yeah.
With the Arcana check, with a 12, you can't tell if there's any way to like stop it or reverse it, but it does seem that this was the symbol equivalent of like hitting a button. You can already see the magic starting to fade from what he activated, which means kind of the ceiling is going to come down, or it's going to do whatever it's going to do, and you'd have to stop it like physically. You'd have to like prop up the ceiling or something like that to keep it from collapsing. It's kind of already been activated. The fuse has already been lit, essentially. Then you bow to the Grand Mage. There is just a moment, a pause as the sort of sounds of battle fade for just a moment as you are face to face with a man you already hated and is now your sworn enemy. You bow, and he looks at you, seemingly puzzled for just a moment, and then he nods, and he turns back to May and says, "Capture her. Bring her into the sanctum." As he now thinks you have this in hand, he is turning away from the battle and looks like he's going to head back in. Cal may have just saved May's life. With that nat 20.
Look, I have a character who can perfectly pass with the reflection. If I'm not taking advantage of that, I'm playing the game badly.
When I was like, May steps out, I was like, oh god, this can go very, very badly. Love you, Cal.
Nice job.
Also, just free pass into the sanctum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cal's like, let's go. We'll let the menfolk handle it.
And you also would know, based on context clues and also the way people talk about it, he is talking about the Elder Sanctum, which is the main meeting room that he's heading to right now. He's saying grab May and bring her to me, rather than to like where the other people are being held. That is the end of your turn. That brings us to the enemies with Metal and your allies and Dean on deck. Let's see.
Fish didn't hear this, but I'm conceptualizing that like the sword is genuinely stuck in the guy's shoulder, and so that there's didn't hear this. But if they had, they would have turned him in like, what? May's the hero.
Maybe maybe if you are seen, you will be pursued as well. The speaking of which, the reflection that you have the sword on, gathers some fire in their hand and goes to throw it at you, and fully just kind of like sags under the weight of the sword as you're kind of like trying to lift it up, and then just kind of like let it go for a moment, and just kind of like pushes him down. He's like, oh, and just like totally, completely misses you, doesn't even get the shot off. Can't really do anything other than try and get out of there. Let me do this really quick. Okay. Does manage to, as soon as he does the failed attack, does manage to like lift the sword a little bit and then duck out from underneath it and step away from you. He's now kind of over by Dean, but he's keeping an eye on you as he is very, very injured. But he gets out from under the sword and gets a little bit of space.
Hold on, quick dialogue.
Mhm.
You really don't know who I am?
As he looks at you, looks at the sword, and then looks at the tattoos for a moment. He as he ducks away, it goes, "Oh shit! It's a detective!"
Okay, at least there's that. Good job.
Let's roll some perception checks with these people. Yeah, no. Cal sees some of the reflections in the big group attacking the entrance, sort of turn and look at her for just like a second out of the corner of her eye, and then like turn back to what they were doing, as they don't really notice the fight or conflict or anything. They are not going to break off and rush you. The two people that you ran past, though, one is going to run up behind you and try to attack. That is a 11. No good. As guy runs out into the hallway, shoots a energy blast from his hand at Cal. Cal, in just kind of like, whew, that worked. What's going on? Oh shit! Just kind of like steps out of the way as this guy comes charging out of the room, and just fully like shoots a blast into the wall across the hallway. But is right up in Cal's face now, and is sort of blocking that doorway you ran through. The other one is going to step towards Metal and get a attack there. That is going to be a, yeah, okay. That's what's gonna, yeah, that's what's gonna happen. That's what they would do. Which means I ignore what I just rolled. I need to do a saving throw instead. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. And then also need to do. Okay. This reflection runs up at Metal, who has just done this big burning hands that hurt a bunch of people. Then Cal then killed. Runs up towards Metal and says, "Two can play that game," and gathers fire in her hands and does a burning hands on Metal and the area behind her, which just catches some of the civilians that are fleeing. let's see. That is going to be boop, boop, and boop. Ooh, that's a lot. Cool. Okay. As this person runs up and says this cool line, Meadow goes and jumps down behind the desk, curls up into a ball. The flames roll over her as she ducks away, getting very clearly singed, but not super fucked up. As she takes 6 damage. And unfortunately, the sort of trailing edge of the civilians, one of them does manage to duck out of the way, takes 6 damage, is very injured, but is okay. The other one does fully ignite and go down as they burn to death. The fire just rolls over them.
Okay, this time it wasn't Metal who did it directly. But
Yes.
how many people are going to burn to death?
How
for
many
this one?
people is going to burn to death because of Metal? Yes, it's very true. Let me do. What was I doing? Oh, minus Metal's health. Ba-ba-bum. Well, I will say, Metal is still okay, but good thing she got that Cure Wounds. That is Metal's turn, and the allies, including the person who is now down and dying, and Dean, with Fish on deck. Immediate death saving throw for the person dying, burning to death. Okay, cool. And then the non-combatants are going to run out into the hallway, following May, and cool. It's a little bit of a squeeze, but they manage to all get out without significantly blocking each other. Some of them are still kind of in the hole in the wall, making their way through, but the vast majority of them are out, and they're behind May, and they're in the hallway, and they've been seen by the other reflections, but they are ready to sprint to safety. One of the people that is left behind, which I don't think May can see just because the crowd has grabbed the dying one and is dragging them forward, but is very hindered by it and is not making much progress, is the only one who does not get all the way to the hole in the wall. Then that is going to be we'll do Dean's turn first. Dean is pretty much face to face with this dude who recognized Fish and almost got chopped in half. Dean doesn't have a lot of combat abilities himself. Very weak, noodly kind of guy for the most part. Dean very much is a pencil pusher, but I believe if he yeah, that'll work. I forgot Dean had this ability, and it is very funny. All right. Fish has just watched this person run away and scream scream that you are the detective. Turn back to try to get a little room and sees Dean, who is fully like, whoa, 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 like right up in his face. Fish is next to the Gist, as it had previously pushed through this guy. Out of the corner of your eye, you see it start to move, and Fish is probably like, ugh. Don't like this thing, super creepy, super weird, don't want to be right next to it. You look over, and Dean is standing next to you, breathing really hard, and you look back to where Dean is standing, and a Gist is there, that a guy is getting right up in his face, and the Gist is going to full-on try to venom bite this guy's head off. I forgot they had an ability they could do every once in a while where they switch places. Essentially, you see the shadows shadowy black energy dissipate, and Dean is standing underneath while it coalesces over Dean and becomes the Gist. That, unless this does absolutely minimum damage, this guy is going to die. So we'll see how this goes. That is absolutely not minimum damage. This guy fully gets his head bitten off, and it disappears, so the Gist may have eaten it.
Fish says to Dean, that's how they do it in Cleveland.
Yeah, that's how we do it in Cleveland. Woo! Fish, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
As he turns and uses his movement to try to run across the room to closer to where the hole is. That is then going to be Metal's turn. What is Metal going to do?
She's busy mourning her hairstyle, I imagine.
Yeah, maybe. Mourning her clothes, probably. You see, actually, that she is no longer wearing her, bellhop's uniform that she adapted into being her detective uniform. She is wearing what is kind of like a nice evening gown that leaves her legs free. It is clearly magically armored in some way, but it is still destroyed. It is burned, it is covered in blood and soot. It is absolutely, gone.
And is she serving?
She is serving in kind of like a damsel in distress on like a ripped bodice cover kind of way of, the rips and burns work for her. But this dress is
Jacques was here.
This dress is Cal, in the brief moment running past, was like, well, that dress is unsalvageable. She ran out to then go face down Crown. I think she is going to hold out her hand. A little Derringer pistol drops into it, and she is going to try to shoot this reflection while screaming about the person who went down. Let's see if she can do May proud. No.
The tears in her eyes are blurring her vision.
Yes, absolutely. She is trying to... she is holding back tears as she picks up the gun and says, "Not today." Fully misses, just right over the shoulder, into the ceiling, just puck. As she honestly kind of juggles the gun a little bit. There's a little grip wasn't quite right, got a little bit of kickback, but fortunately doesn't drop it, and seems like the gun isn't broken. That's good. That's important. As she then looks at it and goes, "God damn it!" and takes her offhand and throws another Burning Hands into this guy's face, because Burning Hands is now a bonus action for her. Which actually would also get the it was always a bonus action, I should say. It changed shape. I believe it was always a bonus action. Was it always a bonus action? I don't know. I'll look it up. It's a bonus action for her. As that would actually mean that she would also get the person who is right up in Cal's face in the back. Can Cal please give me a dexterity saving throw with advantage, and add an additional +2 to whatever you get? As this person and this person need to roll dexterity saves.
21.
21? Okay, cool. That is a success on both saves from the people, but let's see how much damage they do. Where is my D6s? There we are. Okay. Let me just double check something. We will have 6 music for the next fight. This really seems like it's kind of wrapping up. You've killed most of the people here. This was absolutely an escape in which you are escaping because everybody is dead, not because you're particularly fast. Although, God, that Cal roll definitely avoided more problems. As Metal misses with her gun, pulls out her other hand, and just shoots a jet of flame right into this person's face. They duck out of the way, try to stop, drop, and roll behind the desk, are fully ignited and on fire, and don't put themselves out in time before they burn to death, screaming. And Cal is out in the hallway, just got attacked by this guy. What has happened for Cal? Bow to the benefactor. Your great enemy. He turns away. You know that you have avoided conflict, safe for the moment. And you hear footsteps behind you, the people you ran past. They're still enemies. You're still in combat. You turn around. This guy is coming at you with a blast of energy. You duck out of the way as he shoots it into the wall. He turns to you and snarls, and then the entire doorway just like bursts into flames and like shoots out like a backdraft in a fire, in a house fire, just kind of goes out through the door. This guy is not dead. He is burned within an inch of his life. He has the equivalent of UC under 5 hit points at death's door, as you completely dodge all of the heat and are just like not even really sure what happened or what caused that, but suddenly this person's a lot less of a threat. And then Metal is going to use the rest of her movement to run over to the person who is making death saves, gets a shoulder underneath them, and is helping the person try to carry them out. That means that in this combat, as we're getting on Fish's turn, Fish and Fish and Dean are kind of like halfway middle of the room. Definitely definitely the farthest of anyone from either of the two exits that have been established. But the closer exit is the one Cal ran out through. There's one guy left looking very fucked up, and you can see Cal facing him down. If you go out that way, at least you'll be near Cal, and it is closer. And in the other direction, it's a little farther, but much safer, and that's in the direction that people are kind of injured and making their way out.
Fish says to Dean, well, you go that way, get to safety, and I will save Denier's life. And she'll be so grateful. And they blasphemous dart the guy in the head.
You have 3 darts. The lowest damage you can roll, I believe, and double check me on this, is 002 for the darts.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Which does mean you still have to roll damage.
Alright.
That's not quite enough to kill him automatically, although, God, is it close to it.
Okay. And so it's all 3.
Mhm.
2, 5.
Yeah, you don't even need to roll the next one.
No, I'm still doing it.
His head explodes like a melon.
Yeah, another 5. No, 7. It doesn't. Don't worry about it. I can't count.
You absolutely, like, these darts of energy stab into this guy's back. He dies instantly, and it happens at, like, almost the exact moment that Metal is setting him on fire. He is totally dead. Cal, give me a perception check.
Kevin.
7. Metal killed this guy with the fire.
Damn.
It was just like perfectly blocking the entire doorway with his body, happened at the same time, falls over dead, completely misses Fish's contribution to saving Cal's life. But Fish doesn't necessarily know that. So do you try to head out that way?
Okay. First of all, where's she facing? Because Fish at no point has any idea for sure where Cal is looking. So is she at least like kind of turned her head in their direction?
She's turned to look in your direction because she was looking at the guy who attacked her, who was between you, essentially.
Okay. Well, she doesn't see this, but they flash the 3 fingers at her.
Absolutely doesn't see it. Perception check too low, but you know she would appreciate it if she could. Do you head towards that door?
Yeah.
Okay. There are no more enemies in the room, which means everyone is safe except Cal, if anyone in the hallway turns around, and then May and the civilians are facing down 2 reflections. That seems to be your last roadblock before getting away, and you run towards the that door. You can get most of the way to Cal. You can't quite get out into the hallway, but you can see a little bit more of the hallway. So you can see it's kind of sort of clear in the area around where you are. That is going to be Mercy's turn with Sinner on deck. Mercy is going to run towards the exit. And Mercy does have Spare the Dying. I thought I gave her some kind of healing thing. She does Spare the Dying on the person who is dying and is now stabilized. Gonna be dead weight unless they can be healed. Obviously gonna slow people down, but is not going to actually die. As it is Sinner's turn.
He's not stinky. He's not a stinky boy. He's a very fresh boy.
Our dog would get so stinky, and every time she would come back from the groomers, they would have like a new bow or a new like ascot on her, a new kerchief or something, and she looked so cute and smelled so clean.
Oh yeah.
Until
The
she
bandana. Classic.
Yeah. until she would immediately like roll in something or eat something nasty and be smelly within like a couple hours. Hopefully Teddy is a good boy. Yeah, you know, mixed. That is Sinner's turn. He is going to. He has advantage on this check, but also he's trying not to hurt the civilians, so I'm going to say that cancels out and just roll straight. Okay. He is able to kind of wiggle through the hole, kind of like moving people out of the way that are blocking the hole to get out into the hallway next to May. He's got enough movement to get between May and the first reflection that is running up. And he can't move any farther, but he can at least attack that woman. Incredible. Sinner rolled a 4 and a 5, which is 2 hits. Again, you were going to fight this guy. He was not designed to be an ally. Certainly not long term. God, that's high. That is... Yeah, she's dead immediately. He fully just comes up, 1-2, big uppercut into the jaw as this woman looks like a marionette with her strings cut. She's just instantly unconscious on the ground. That is May's turn with Cal on deck, and there's only one person who can see you, and they're not super close. They're kind of down the hallway a little bit. They're not even like between you and the stairs. You can just have the other people run past and down the stairs while you deal with this person.
Yeah, right. May like wolf whistles again, direct people down the stairs, and then she's gonna information overload the remaining reflection.
Okay.
Spell save DC 14.
DC 14 intelligence save. This person is this. So
Was
That
tempted
is
to
a
have May use her weapon, but like
that is
it becomes a bit noisy.
Yeah, it is very noisy. You know, it's
Yeah.
loud in here with the fighting.
Yeah.
There
True.
are some people who have firearms. They seem to be really rare. There are some other people shooting. You can't really tell if they're the reflections or the people attacking the reflections. But there is other gunfire, so it wouldn't be the
Okay.
most obvious thing in the world. But yeah, it is certainly loud. That was a nat 1 failure. So go ahead and roll damage for information overload.
May what's a 19?
A 19 damage?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just double check the health this person has, as well as information overload. Where is
May
that?
is fucking in the zone today.
There it is.
Love it for her.
Oh, disadvantage on the next attack roll. I knew it had an extra ability, but I didn't
Yeah.
remember what. Okay, 19 you said? Let's look at this person's
Yeah.
health. Okay. You see this reflection running towards you. They're knowing that he is running towards allies. Seeing this other reflection running out of an office towards you, they make eye contact and give a nod of two comrades in arms, and are charging for you into battle, knowing that their allies are close at hand, right behind you, able to just turn around, turn the tide, and wipe these people out. Looking down just May and a group of scared non-combatants in this hallway charge forward. Sinner comes running out of the hallway, instantly kills the ally. This guy looks at his ally going down, looks at May and goes, "Whoa!" before May floods his brain with images. What do you show this guy?
Made again doesn't I think show anything. It's just like overwhelming echo of like don't even fucking think about it.
The guy who is running towards you fully falls to his knees and then collapses to the ground and curls up in a ball with his eyes closed. You genuinely don't know if he's dead or unconscious or faking it, but he has seemingly either he has decided or his body has decided that he's not doing this anymore, and he is out. He is gone with 18 total health. I was like,
cool.
was this one of the guys with higher health? Nope. No, it was not.
Godspeed. May's gonna use her remaining movement to get to the stairs and like kind of usher people through.
Yep.
And as does she pass Sinner on the way?
Yep.
Yep. As she passes Sinner on the way, she like claps him on the arm and is like, "We make a pretty fucking good team. Hey, Mr. Drum." And just keeps going.
Yes, we do. That ends combat. We have the people getting to safety. It takes a minute as you get down the stairs and get away. The sounds of combat getting farther and farther away as you head downstairs, and then away from it all. Does just May and Sinner go with the non-combatants, or does everybody? What happens? What do you do?
Cal would catch up to May and let her know what her interaction with Crown was. So she'd be like,
Seems we have a invitation to the sanctum with Grand Mage Crown.
Look at you, cleric, moving up in the world. And they kind of like elbows her jokingly. Should I be worried
I
that you're on
told
my
you you
tail?
would be the leader.
maybe I'll be an elder in this new world order.
I could think of far worse people to lead us, cleric. Amazing, very good leader.
Elder.
Sorry, what was that, Ink?
Is Morwenna Crow in charge yet? Can Cal
Yeah.
call them a racist?
Yeah. Yeah. They said Ellie, a necromancer elder, and yes, it was just a reference to Crow.
Mm-hmm.
With Identify, it has to be literally May is uninterrupted, sitting down, focusing, isn't it? She can't like be jogging.
No, you can't really be doing anything else. You need to
Yeah.
pop a squat somewhere and
Slap
and
style. Yeah.
hide. And you see that now that this unconscious person has been stabilized by Mercy, Metal has fully like hoisted her onto her back and is struggling, but running down the hallway with them to get them to safety. And so you would probably have to follow to kind of like stay with Metal if you wanted to, get her as an ally in the fight or something like that. You head down into the Scythe's training area. You find a lot of evidence of more people having come through here. The door has been ripped off its hinges as they were ready to fight through, and you duck in, and you find that no one is there. It seems everybody was called away to the attack. They may be on their way back soon, but there is no one here at the moment. You have just a moment to rest and to breathe. Does May go and check out the elevator?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, like Sinner with me.
As you...
Fish will roll real quick for checking that it's not an ambush, just in case.
You got it. Give me a perception check.
Please tell me May's
Four.
passive perception is high enough.
The thing Fish thinks about is how Tone was ambushed because there was a hidden trap in the fighting pit. So Fish runs in and immediately starts like scraping the sand away and kicking it away and just kind of like digging and looks like an incredibly aggressive child playing in a sand pit.
They've got the sword and they're going.
And she's kind of digging with it. Yeah, you don't you can't find anything as you're digging. Nothing active. That's a trap. As May and Sinner run into the next room, push past the barricade that was being constructed there, and run past the prisoners who are still in jail. There is one kind of a greasy guy who's like,
I didn't do nothing. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, little mama. Come on. Just give me the keys.
May doesn't even fucking pay me. Little mama. I think that amuses her more than anything.
Sinner shoots him a glare as you run past, unseen by May. As you run past another cage, and there is a woman just kind of like curled up in the corner, staring at you from out of kind of like a ratty shawl, and seems to like not be approaching. You know, doesn't know whether you're a reflection or not, but is choosing not to engage. As you get to the elevator, you find something. Make a simple check.
That's an 8.
It's an 8.
Yeah.
With a 8, you find that someone has attempted to disable the elevator. You can see some scratch symbols in it. You don't know if they succeeded or not. You're guessing not, based on what you're seeing here, but at a quick glance, you're not 100% sure. So you'd have to like try the elevator, put some people in it, try to make it go, or test it yourself, something.
I don't like the expression on your face. There's something going on with this elevator that's dangerous. Okay, May presses the button and see if the door's open. That's step number 1.
This door's open.
Okay. I'm really
You
worried
can
because
send
logically.
Kat up.
Oh, but I don't want to lose Kat. Is my only thought if something happens to her, because I lose a lot of like my really good abilities if Kat
We
goes.
could send Kakano up.
I
And
will
if
do
it's
it.
bad, we can.
I will do it. I will be brave.
You're already
mean-
brave enough.
I mean,
I'm just thinking of somebody who can exit.
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
needed.
Yeah,
did you
yeah.
see how I got that guy? Collagenous
did.
and I, the two of us, we just really got that guy,
It's true.
Kakano's,
Mostly Kakano.
Kakano's natural water is starting to like shed off the blood and like metallic goop. In
Yeah,
his
Cal
fur.
has found like a rag, like 'cause she already was in here, and she's just like scrubbing him, like doing the like kid out of the bath where you're just like.
No.
Okay, well then, Fish like hesitates and goes, "Yeah, I'll just listen out, and you tell me if there's trouble, and I'll call you straight back."
Okay. All right. Dad,
Mm.
can you lift me up so I can push the buttons? Because it is a little
Yes.
Yeah, before that, when she's done like drying, she does give Kakano a little like cuddle and a pet.
hot. Oh, no.
Kakano is picked up. He can push the buttons at his leisure. Slap, 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 slap.
He just kind of like slaps at the panel and hits the button for up. It's only 2 buttons, up and down. And then as the doors ding and are going to start to close, you set Kakano down. Fish steps out and the door closes, and the elevator goes away.
And then I guess May, once the doors are closed and it's clearly up, May will like wait a couple of seconds and then hit the button again so it cools it back down.
How's it going, buddy?
Hey, Dad, I'm riding the elevator. Let's see. bum, 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 bum. Oh, it's slowing down. Ding. It stopped. I'm gonna explore really fast, just kind of look out and then come back down.
Okay, be careful.
It
We're
smells,
counting on you, bud.
it
It
smells
smells.
stinky. Yeah.
Fish, like it turns to the others and goes, "It smells." I think everyone's dead up there.
And then Cal's
Dad,
gonna
it
get
smells
as
like
close.
poop. Dad, it smells like poop.
What?
Cal's gonna get as close to the elevator shaft as she can and do a death sense.
What's manure?
Manure?
Manure.
baby.
Are there horses? What's going on?
No, I'm in like a shed. There's gardening tools and there's manure, which
He's
smells
outside.
really, really stinky and stuff like that. And then there's a door, and I can see some light through the door. But do I want to go to do that, or do I want to stay with the elevator?
Have a peek. Have a peek out. See if
Okay.
if it's safe.
Oh, it's so high.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I know you're good at climbing.
Oh, I got it. Oh, it's kind of a nice day outside. I don't see anybody. I think it's safe.
All right, come back down. We'll send people up.
I rolled to see if there was enough time to disable the elevator or set a trap, and there was not.
Hey!
As Kekino slides his way back into the elevator, just and starts heading down. And he comes out and he goes, "I did it!"
You did, buddy. You did so good, and you were so brave, and you
Good
just
work.
you.
What do people use poop for? That was gross.
Gardening, vegetables, flowers.
Vegetables are made of poop.
In a
Collagenous.
roundabout way of speaking.
Collagenous. I don't think I want to eat vegetables anymore. That sounds gross.
And so you
Well,
shan't.
you don't really need to eat, so I suppose if all you want to eat is sweets for the rest of your life, it will not have that much of an impact on you or your growth.
Hopefully. And good thing meat is
Um,
fine, because meat is not vegetables. They're not made of any. Meat's not made of anything gross.
Cal looks at fish.
And Fish is just like, nah, it's all good.
So while this has been going on, the moment Fish was like, "Yep, they're coming," like it's all good. May's gone back out to the main hall to like get people coming
Mhm.
through, and it's kind of like instructing them, just head straight through, ignore the prisoners. We're getting you out. Orderly
While-
lines, very British.
yeah, while they're in the queue. While that's happening, Ink, you mentioned Calfish dialogue in the fight. Is that still relevant? Did you want to do that at all?
Oh right. It's not. It's just. It's Calfish, and that it's the two of them. Not.
Oh,
yeah.
I know. I just wanted to remind you while we had a moment.
Yeah.
Thank you. Fish like elbows her and goes, Danielle, you had a spare of the you had a spare neck guard, didn't you?
Oh yes,
Give it to Metal.
right. But Metal's not with us anymore, is she?
She is still like close to you. She seems to be kind of organizing people in the other room, helping Dean get stuff together. Give me an insight check as you kind of the door's open, so you can just kind of look through the hallway and see where Metal is.
Hold on. Okay, cool. That is a very weird looking, but it is in fact a 9. So that is going to be. You said perception,
Insight.
insight. Okay, that's much better. That is a 15.
With a 15, you see in kind of this unguarded moment, Metal is really caring for these people and is kind of you know taking and giving instructions well. You are always so frustrated with Metal not being a leader. I think you see for the first time that she has the capacity seemingly so long as no one is looking to her to be the leader. She will step up to the occasion as long as she's not like put in charge. It's the decision fatigue she struggles with, not but the
Um,
heart is there as
how
she helps ready these people to depart and escape.
as like stealthily and quietly as she can, Cal just like deposits the neck guard by metal, but like tries to do it like behind her back so she doesn't notice, and then slip back away.
Okay. Um, roll stealth if you were genuinely trying not to get caught.
Do I still have pass with that trace?
Yes, actually.
17.
17. Okay, and that is a 16 for metal. She hears a noise but doesn't turn around yet, and then when she does, you're already gone, and there's a neck guard sitting there.
And I will let other people do things, but while when that's done, and while May's organizing her queue and the fast pass line, I will call my sister.
Okay. As the people start getting organized, as Metal and Dean start leading them out. It seems like they've agreed that Dean is going to be the first one out, kind of lead the charge, secure the top, and make sure people are getting to safety. And Metal is helping organize stuff, working a little bit with May and Fish to get things settled.
Yeah, just real quick.
Mhm.
Fish is standing with Kekano, and it's like, all right, everyone, as you're walking by, you get to have a pat with him, and he'll, help you feel a little bit better.
I will not be signing autographs. We do not have the time.
He's still learning to write.
Yes, that is true. But I have a really good signature now because I can do a K, and then Dad says the rest of the name is not important. You can just make squiggles.
It's true.
As people are lining up and the first batch is getting in the elevator, Cal steps away to call her sister. There's a little bit more of a delay than you expect, and Elise picks up the phone a little bit out of breath and goes, "Oh, Kelly, hello. Whew.
Hello, alive, and
Oh,
fairly good
excellent.
condition.
Oh, excellent. No, that's great.
Where are you?
I was getting everything ready. I was not running because that's not ladylike. She was absolutely running. Um, but I just getting everything sorted so we could head out and I could arrive. We have established a contract with the Guild of Teleporters. I believe they will be here in the next 40 minutes, and then we will see about heading in and providing what backup we can. I'm afraid I can't leave my church undefended, so I believe myself will be coming, as well as three of my more talented acolytes. Hopefully, that is enough to help.
You are all I need. Your magic is all across the sanctuary, practically choking
You're
on it.
all I need as well, Kelly. That's so sweet.
Yeah, so
Oh.
every single reflection here is essentially your child with your magic all over them, as well as Cleric Angelus. So, that's not great. And apparently, within the next hour or so, they will develop the ability to get pregnant.
Oh, well, that's uh
Bad. That's bad. They have souls. Elise.
in
Where are
in
they getting them?
in
don't-
some ways, I suppose that's bad. I don't know. Is a
No,
child
no.
raised by a reflection inherently bad? That is
That is not
a
that is
note
not the point.
for
The
later.
point
We
is
will focus
do
on that
not
later.
have
Okay.
the access to these souls, and if they're all getting stolen by these abominations, what hope do you have for your our future generations, your children. Your magic.
Oh, well, um, sister, I'm getting a lot of sort of accusatory tone, which I don't fully appreciate, but I'm sure that it is a perversion of my magic, unlike anything that I said or did. Yeah, and I think they're just using it wrong. But if reflections are getting pregnant, and that's something I'll need to look into. And
Wipe
yeah,
them out.
if you could make a note, yeah, no reflection nannies.
Wipe them out. I need you
Yeah,
to
no,
come
so
here
of
and
course.
sever whatever connection they have. I'm sure if you know how to make a being, you know how to unmake them.
Well, typically, dear, you unmake a being by stabbing it until it's dead.
Really?
Um,
Wait, you don't have a kill switch?
oh well, I mean, of a sort, I can certainly weaken creatures, but I put the soul in there, and then it changes as a big. I thought you understood my research. No, it's more of it's more of a gift, and then the person
You have no
grows into
control
their soul.
at this
I
point. Okay.
Well, after a certain point, would you want me to have control over all living beings? That seems like it's ripe for abuse, dear.
If you're already playing God, I'd like you to be a vengeful God and be able to undo anything.
I think I am vengeful enough, but you know what? Uh, Sister Tail always told us. Well, always told me. Uh, Revenge causes. Say it with me. Wrinkles. Revenge causes wrinkles. She said that all the time. To me, a
Mm,
lot. I'm not
yeah,
entirely sure why.
I've
Um,
never heard that.
really
No.
strange. Hmm. Well, we'll examine that another day. I am on my way, and I'm trying to be fast, dear. And while I do not have a kill switch, I can assure you that I am very powerful and will help as much as I'm able. And
La
you said Angelus? That was the woman
woman who
who was
attacked us and
there.
killed your
Oh,
servants.
I would quite like a rematch. Hmm.
I'm not entirely sure how to handle her, so if that is your hopefully non-wrinkle causing revenge, fine. I
Well, there's revenge and there's revenge. Just a smile before you wipe someone from the face of this world. That's not long term. You don't get the frown lines. I suppose that could work. Yes.
my
Let's go see
last
about this cleric Angelus.
my last question.
Mhm.
The Grand Mage Crown. He's a reflection. He's the benefactor. He's
Oh,
taking over the sanctuary. He does think I am a reflection who is loyal to him. Do you have any information that would be beneficial for me to know? Do you have a relationship where you think you may be able to intervene and get his trust?
oh, uh, no, no, Kelly, I don't think so. Ours was mostly a financial relationship. I haven't really spoken to the benefactor in any meaningful way in a few months. I'm not sure he finds me quite important enough for that. G- The Grand Mage, you say? That's we could put that
It's
on.
bad. It's very bad.
I'm just saying we could put that on pamphlets that a very important mage from the war in North America wanted our research.
He's not
I'm
even them. He's not even the mage. He didn't fight in any
oh,
war.
oh
He's a
right, because he's a
fake.
reflection. Okay, well, yeah, that's still good, but not
No.
good enough. Not pamphlet good. We've got to be selective. You can't just make a pamphlet that has
Do you know he
everything that
called me a
everyone has ever
whore?
said. What?
I'm not. You're not putting him on a pamphlet. Hopefully this day ends with him dead.
Okay. Well, um, dear, we will make sure that I will be there as fast as possible, and then we will kill him until he's dead. And that will be the end of any of this insulting talk.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Kelly, is there anything else I can help you with, or anything else you need?
I haven't seen an Harkin, and Jamal has been captured and brainwashed with a slug.
A
It was an
slug.
entire other adventure. Involved
Okay.
a
Well,
shunter.
suppose we don't have time to get into all of that. Um, well, dearie, I don't know what a slug
You know
poses.
Clanton Fleck?
Um, I believe I met him once. I
I
think he asked
imagine
for
you two would
money.
get along swimmingly.
We mostly communicated by letter. Is this someone I should look up? You think there's good genes there? Symmetrical facial
Oh
structure?
no, no, a stupidity that would destroy any children.
Okay. No, all right. No, that's
Too
a fair
much of a
warning.
risk.
That's a fair warning. Good to know. Um, well, I would say that if, especially since it seems like Jamal may be someone you work closely with, maybe a bit important to you, maybe you can try. Because rescues are just so inherently romantic. You know what I'm saying? There's just there's a lot of being swept off your feet when someone saves you, whether or not you are actually in danger. Again, I don't know about a slug, but there is yeah, just a lot of inherent romance to that. I'm sure an hour's a long time. The Grand Mage benefactor reflection thing. I'm sure they can wait if you want to go help
No,
Jamal.
I don't think it can.
Okay, well,
I have a
it's up to
responsibility.
you. I know better than to push you too hard. I will keep packing and getting everything ready, and I will see you when I can.
Or you'll die.
Or
Bye.
you'll die. Okay, kisses. Mwah. Don't die if you can help it. I will see you soon.
Click. Very Frenchly, Cal goes, oh la la.
I wanted to see if
Oh,
it's
mon
feasible that
Dieu.
May. I want to see if it's feasible that May would have overheard any of that or see that Cal is distressed. Now, because my thing is like now that she's satisfied, the queue is of its own accord. Her initial thought is, I'm going to figure out what these potions are. Maybe she can come out into the main room.
Sure. Give me a insight check.
16.
16. I think a 16 is enough that you couldn't necessarily Cal stepped away for a moment. You couldn't necessarily sneak close enough to get overhear this or something. But I think you could finish with the line and then be like, "Where's Cal?" and look out into the main room and get kind of body language of the frustration of the end of that conversation, and then the hang up of being like, "Okay, Cal's a little frustrated and was talking to somebody." Uh, as far as I know, she only calls 2 people. So
Well, I'd really love a May collisionist conversation, but that can happen whenever if Ink's got something going on.
Ink waves wildly and then disappears from video.
hmm
Clear signal, I must say. Okay, well, I guess May's cradling her potions, and sees that Cal's upset, and maybe starts stuff. Did Ink just leave the
No,
chat?
No, that
was
was me.
soundboard.
That was me fixing
Yeah, I
it.
left. I hate you all. Goodbye.
Oh,
That was
hey,
me
Cal
fixing the chat.
May.
Okay. And then kind of while she's awkwardly trying to carry these potions, goes over to Cal and is like, "Cleric, are you okay?"
I'm fine. Backup is going to be here in an hour, which will be relevant if we're dead by then, but it's
Well, I think it's best if we focus on the minute to minute at the moment, cleric.
Yes.
But we didn't get the chance to. I'm really sorry about Jamal. Are you okay?
It. We all die here will be irrelevant. So I just need to focus on completing this mission and doing the best work I can.
I hear that. But not quite the same situation. But I understand what it's like having someone. Well, being unable to help someone and just having to push on. It's awful. It's kind of like fiddling with a potion. She doesn't want to come across too strong.
I didn't tell her I was leaving.
Mooney, so you're muffled. What was that?
Oh, sorry.
I didn't tell him I was leaving, and I fear that even if he does recover, I may be already gone, and I won't have been able to tell him in person.
Would you not maybe write him a letter or visit?
I would, of course, write him a letter, but I don't. Well, I do not care for the way that Isle and Metal exited our lives, even if it was briefly, and I don't want to make a repeat of that.
I think it's very admirable. And I think Jamal knows you well enough to know that if you had to leave before telling him in person, that it wouldn't have been something you did out of spite or lack of care.
Oh, Jamal does not know me very well at all. I think he sees something, I don't know, mysterious and intriguing and fills in the details as he needs to.
I mean, you're also very nice. And smart.
I mean, sorry, what part is the joke? Because I mean, I would say I am smart. Do you not believe I'm smart?
Well, I was about to say smart before you rudely laughed at me. But May's like saying it jokingly. But she said, well, maybe nice is the wrong word. I guess
No,
you might just.
I've never been called nice in my entire life.
Well, perhaps a better word would be good and likable. I know that seems to be very hard for you to understand.
Mhm.
You seem very reluctant to conceptualize that you might be someone worth desiring.
Yes. It doesn't even know what I look like.
It doesn't matter if you have a good heart.
I don't know. Men are strange.
Well, they are. You're not wrong. I'm going to bust out the monologue because I think I can
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I was like, let's go.
Let's ease it in.
Oh, I
Okay,
didn't
so
know there was a
hearing
monologue on offer.
it's a little one. It's a little one. But I think it's nice. So May's like taking all this in, and she pauses for a second. She's like fiddling through the potions, partly to like occupy. Yay, come get her. Partly to like occupy herself, and partly to be like, this is a totally casual conversation. It's not intense at all. And hearing Hal say that, she kind of goes and pauses for a second. And she goes, cleric, I haven't been in a relationship since everything with Howard. It took a long time for that particular wound to scar over. There was always an excuse, a dig, a paper, even a couple of wars. And at some point, keeping myself from ever being vulnerable again became a habit I don't think I know how to break. So my point is, Caligulus, and I'm sure you know this as someone trained somewhat in the healing arts, if you don't break scar tissue down yourself manually, it'll never get better. Not really. So while I don't know who or what hurt you so deeply to make you feel this way about yourself, I think the steps you're taking to move forward are very admirable.
Thank you. I don't think there's anything wrong with being cautious. I think you have all the reason in the world to be cautious.
We just live very long lives, Caligulus. Very long lives to be very lonely. And May's gonna like cautiously and gently like reach out and take Cal's hand. And if like Cal has anything to be disapproval, she'll immediately let go. But yeah.
She does not. She accepts it.
Is Cal gonna say anything? Because if not, May's got something to say. But
No.
Okay. Wait. So May waits for Cal to say something. I guess recognizes like, okay, this is probably where it's a good point to like stop pushing. And then she leans in and says, I have a lot of mystery potions to look at. Do you want to help me figure out what they are? These are in Goph's office. One of them smells vaguely like a stimulant. But I wasn't going to pop them during battle, Cleric. That would have been highly inappropriate. But I did think to myself, well, if it is a life or death situation, what can popping a potion really do that's that bad? And May's like joking, like nudging her, like, so lighthearted now.
Yes, if you. I mean, I guess if you do knock yourself unconscious, I can just drag you over to Crown, and then we can see how that goes. So, fine.
You could use me to bludgeon him.
Yes, I don't think I can lift you.
And then she'll pull up her like locket with the ring, and she goes,
This is why I didn't tell you. This is the bone of the revenant that is now bonded to Jonas.
May like looks around like, what does it do?
I didn't get the opportunity to ask Go if he said that there was something
right
dangerous.
Let me have a look,
about
Cleric.
All right. Boop.
May's going to do identify on the ring.
Using a spell point or a ritual.
Ritual, so 6 minutes.
Okay.
Like...
As you're examining that, that means that the rest of the civilians get evacuated. The elevator heads up for its final time, and all that is left is Metal, standing kind of sheepishly off to the side. She has is sort of it is sort of like brushed off the worst of kind of the burnt pieces of fabric, cleaned herself up just a little bit with some water from a basin, and used like a hairband to try and hide the burned patch of hair. And she comes up to Fish and Kekano and Sinner. I heard that you're in charge now. You're the lead detective. That must be very exciting for you.
Yeah, I love it.
You don't
so
need to lie.
okay.
You don't need to lie. It's terrible. You're burdened by huge decisions all the time, and everybody's looking towards you to do things. But I was. Well, I guess I'm not on the detective team anymore. But if you'll have me, I want to help. I want to. We started this together, and even though we didn't know it, we were against Crown, and I want to finish this.
It's ridiculous that you would feel like you had to ask. Of course, we'll have you, Twahine. Oh, I'm learning a bit more of my language. That means sis.
Oh, that's really nice, Fish. Thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry again for leaving. I really am.
Yeah.
And hey, if you're you know, cis, it's a pretty good way I could get you on the invite list. Apparently, I'm getting married, not too distant future. So you know, if you want to come or crash a wedding, that would be fun.
All right. I have so many questions, but the first one is why?
Um. With passive insight, you can see that Metal is immediately fidgety, and you don't know right now if she's going to tell you the truth or lie to her, lie to you, because she's got bad poker face. Um, she goes, it was something that my aunt wanted, and it helps kind of tie me and our family into the legacy families. And you know, it's also very important with the society kind of in crisis. You know, in a leadership crisis, to kind of be strong and band together.
Okay. You want me to be there? Is that what you're saying?
I would love to see you causing problems uh, for a bunch of society members.
You do not have to ask. Okay, that is wonderful. I will be there. With bells on, with Kekino, with a ridiculous identity to bother everyone with. How does that sound?
That would be excellent. We can get Kekino dressed up again. Maybe did you see Tops? Is Tops okay?
Oh yeah, Tubbs is fine. Okay, so they've tried to put a slug on him. The slug didn't like it.
Cool.
It didn't like it either. But don't
Okay.
worry, like no, he's fine. All good. Oh, are you wearing the neck guard?
Um, yeah, I saw that someone left that for me, and I put it on. I was a little confused at first. You know, our last one was spoons and couch leather, but I figured it out. Yeah, I have that on.
Yeah. Okay, good. Because when you were slugged last time, whew, real annoying. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't want to repeat that. I'm just saying, you know, if Tops is okay, then I guess it's not sad to, you know, borrow a little top hat again and get Kekino dressed up for the wedding. I just think that'd be nice.
Yeah. Uh, who is it? Did I meet them at the meeting?
Um, she instantly looks so incredibly embarrassed. A lot more embarrassed than you kind of would expect for this. Um, and she says, do you remember I think you talked to them a little bit. Do you remember the Anchorage family? It was the grandmother, Lady Anchorage, and then the two twins.
Yeah, stuck up.
Yes, yes, Grave and Woden. It's one of them. We haven't decided which one yet, so they are both, at least at the moment, acting as my uh, fiancés, and I was told to pick one, and I couldn't because that is terrifying thing to just kind of spring on someone. So I guess I'm kind of engaged to both right now, and I will have have to make a choice at some point.
Okay. I'm formulating a plan. One. I'll bring me. I'll assess the twins and tell you which one I think it should be. But more importantly, would it be feasible to like? Is there going to be a if there are any objections, point to the wedding? Because I think I have the perfect play.
Well, on Cadence is going to be in charge of the wedding, of course. I don't know that she would include an objections portion, and if
Mm,
she did, I'm not sure how much she would listen to it. But uh, sure, sounds fun. What's your objection?
that uh, wouldn't it be better to marry pun not intended, um, the factions of the elite and the on the outs to really cement a sort of what's the word I'm looking for?
Family alliance or I don't know.
Okay, sorry, Ink has actually genuinely forgotten, and I'm pissed off that I have. Um,
Partnership?
yeah, like when it's like, all right,
Outreach.
the daughter of the tribe marries the son of the other tribe, and now war is over.
Like
A
a peacemaking
a
sort of
marriage
deal.
piece. Yeah.
Yeah,
A marriage treaty.
marriage treaty. Okay, Fish eventually comes up with that. A marriage treaty between the elites and the lesser ones. Perhaps with someone that you might actually like.
A marriage treaty. Well, unfortunately, the marriage seems a little set in stone. There are. It's been explained to me the consequences of breaking the engagement. Um, but a marriage treaty is certainly interesting. Who would we be at peace with? The Americans or
Second Dawn.
what? What? Just
Metal,
what? I think. Just what?
uh, he's pretty cute. He's got water powers. You use fire primarily, and so like it's a nice contrast.
Okay.
And his name is Jacques.
Uh, that's a nice name, I suppose. I am
Oh, Metal.
engaged.
You really.
What are you proposing here?
No, you know what? We can talk about it afterwards. It's just really great to talk with you again.
Okay.
And I gotta say, it's nice that you're being forthcoming with me because you totally weren't before.
Yeah, I
We know about Tone.
she like is looking down of like, oh yeah, that's not, and then she just kind of like freezes, not looking at you.
And
What do you mean?
did he fucking like erased your memory or something like that?
You kind of see her shoulders um unlock a little bit. She kind of sags and then sits down on like a crate that's stored here, and still not making eye
Metal.
contact with you, says, Fish, it's so much worse than that.
Oh,
I they're going to destroy the sanctuary. They're going to take away all the funding. They're going to get rid of it. Going to get all of them because of what Hone did. And the wedding is the only way to stop it.
Oh, fuck.
I can't I can't work here anymore. Not with him. But I can't just just like fuck everything and everybody's in danger and just leave it that way. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much.
Metal, metal, metal,
It's too much.
metal, metal. You, first of all, you do not ever have to see that man again. I won't allow it. Secondly, we're gonna fucking figure it out. You shouldn't have your agency taken away from you like this. And you're my little sister. So I'm gonna do what I can to fucking protect you.
Thank you, Fish. I just don't know what I'm going to do.
Hang tight.
Okay.
You're strong. You are.
I'm not, but I appreciate that you think so.
Okay, listen.
We've got
Let's be real. Physically, no. Mentally, spiritually,
I have been going
yes.
on walks. I've been going on walks outside of the manor house the last couple days, and I can feel the breathing is not as hard now. I'm getting in shape. You just watch. I'm gonna be. I'll be able to lift you pretty soon.
Okay. Train with Senna. That'd be good. Oh, I made him a sheriff.
Sinner is over like you see he's actually found some like paperwork and is checking out like who is in the prison and being like if it's anyone dangerous or useful or things like that. He's kind of giving you some space for the conversation. And she's like, I don't know if I'm quite ready to train with Sinner yet. That seems like a big step up over walking. But what was the last thing you said?
He was a sheriff. I made him a sheriff.
Oh, he's a sheriff now. Like sort of like Kekino is a deputy. No,
Yes.
I am a full-on detective now. I
Yeah,
am. And then he flicks
he-
open his badge. Detective Kekino.
he's a full detective. May's a
Oh.
deputy. I'll be upgrading her soon enough if she, sticks around.
Okay. I'm glad May was able to find a place here, and I'm glad she. Well, I'm really glad she didn't leave.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I can get it together, and we can talk about things while we after we beat up Grand Mage Crown and save everything, and then we'll figure this out. Let's go rejoin the others.
Okay, but just one last thing. Metal, if I can't be your savior, I know someone who can. So just keep that in mind. Let's go.
Okay. All right, Fish. I trust you. And
Insane.
yeah, a wild choice, but she's in a deep emotional hole at the moment. And as you head out, round up Sinner and was like Sinner is kind of like filling you in, being like, yeah, this person's really dangerous. We'll just keep them locked up. This one is theft of magical implements, theft of magical implements, theft of magical implements. This prisoner has stolen $60,000 in magical equipment to be used as Okay, you know what? We're leaving this person in prison. I don't think we want to deal with that right now. Um, do we want to camp out here and get the lay of the land, or do we want to move out of the uh, scythe area and squat in some office? I don't know if they're gonna come back.
Well, Sheriff, do you get anything from a short rest?
Let me double check, but I believe no. I mean, the thing everybody gets from a short rest is healing.
Hmm.
Everybody is able to, heal some of their wounds with a short rest. I don't know that he has any like. Yeah, he doesn't get spell points back. He doesn't get that back. He does have a feature he gets back on a short rest, but he didn't use it, so it's
Okay.
not gone.
Fish makes the leader decision. We're having a short rest, and then they smack Metal on the arm and go, "Oh shit! You may not be a detective anymore, but I'll tell you this: you're still an agent."
Technically no, but I appreciate it.
No, I said it, so it's true.
Okay, sure. Hi everyone. I'm gonna uh stay with you and fight if that's okay. And do we want to rest and recover here or somewhere else?
May's still perusing the ring or whatever, so she's not even paying attention, I guess.
If this is a safe place here, then fuck yeah.
It's so you know that there were enemies here recently because this was the sign of your great prison breakout, and this is also where the elevator is. So it's also kind of like, well, we could stay here and just kind of like keep an eye on the elevator and make sure nobody else is coming in to mess with it, and this is still an escape route. But also, like, the chance of discovery during your break is a lot higher, and if you're disturbed during your short rest, it's not a short rest. You don't get the benefit from it. If you got to fight enemies or run. So it's the kind of thing of
Okay.
like high risk potential reward versus
All right.
lower risk.
Then we'll go outside and have our rest, and then we'll come back down, and then we will enter the sanctum.
I was gonna say the exact same thing. I was like, worst case scenario, and we can't go back down. We just like go in through the other one and kind of start from the beginning again.
That entrance is now under a pile of rubble.
Yeah.
Now there is only
Grounded
one
that.
way.
Window?
What?
The
The
window.
Oh no, the door between the foyer and the sanctuary proper where you
Mm.
came in. There is and the other elevator went into drop down behind Top's desk, so that's also behind the door. There were 3 entrances into the sanctuary. Now there's only one that's available that you know
And
of. There's probably
we can
secret
always
entrances
just
or
keep
something.
somebody down here with the sending stone and being like, hey, it's getting kind of messy. Can you zip down here?
Mercy. That's what
Yeah.
you're doing.
Yeah.
We had the extra sending stones that she found.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Hmm.
You set up Mercy. She's just like, yeah, that's all right. I was going to check the locks on the cells anyway and make sure everybody stays away. So I'll keep an eye out and listen for any errant thoughts. And I'll be guard and I'll let you know what's happening. You head upstairs and you are going to do your short rest. I believe the conversation with Metal and Fish and such took longer than Cal's conversation plus 6 minutes. So I think that is a use of the identify spell. Um, you focus in on this ring and you sense a tie, a presence, and you feel just an edge of Jonas's power. This is still tied to him in some way. You may be able to make it into something that could find him potentially with some work, but the energy is also bleeding into the ring itself and creating some strange effects. You learn that the ring um, is uh, has a natural curse on it. That means that when you are, while attuned to this ring, you are allowed to cast spells as if you had one extra spell point, one more than you had, so you can cast at like a higher level. You can uh sorry, I just heard yelling in the other room, but it was Bridget.
It was a cat. It was cat involved.
Mhm. You can, while attuned to it, you can cast spells as if you had one other spell point. So essentially, you could do a spell that cost 2 and only spend potentially 1 if you wanted to. What happens is you are going to, while you have it, you will roll a d6 every time you cast a spell. If it is a if it is a 4, 5, or 6, you will be able to cast at one at one level higher, get that extra spell point as you sort of siphon a little bit of power from Jonas. And if it is a 1, 2, or 3, you lose all of the spell points you tried to use to cast the spell, and the spell does not go off. Very high
Jesus.
risk, very high reward, very dangerous to use, and curses are usually are so like woven into the fabric of magic that if you had not used an identify spell, if you had tried to just examine it and figure out what it did, that probably would have been hidden. That part probably would have been hidden, and you probably wouldn't have found that out. So it's a good thing that that May used it. And then Gof did warn you that it would make magic very like strange and like change things about it. It was like flickering and affecting magic. Gof has added an enchantment to stabilize it ever so slightly. While attuned to it, you will also add +1 to your Arcana. Is the effect Gof has added.
Jesus. All right. May
And I will
squinting at it.
also I will
'Cause you
also
needed
tell you.
you needed more of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
You know, +10.
I will also tell you that while attuned to this ring, this is not a choice. Every time you cast a spell, you have to roll, and if you cast a spell, it goes 1 higher and gets more powerful, or doesn't happen and you lose the spell points. And of course, that's a bigger risk the more powerful the spell is. Because instead of 1
Jesus
point, you may
Christ.
lose like 3 or 4.
How does it work for
Um,
cantrips?
For cantrips, it just does not affect.
Cool.
Okay. May's
Although,
like,
although with the identify spell, you know that there is some potential benefit to being connected to Jonas, and being able to like maybe find out where he is, or maybe try to like attune to what he's doing, or something like that, or more likely to like find him with a scrying spell or something. It's also a little dangerous to just tie yourself to a ring that has Jonas's essence in it. That may also be dangerous just in and of itself, because maybe Jonas can do the same thing to you.
okay. May's like
That is
holding the ring.
That is not a choice you have to make right now, but that is the info about this ring.
Okay. May's holding the ring and sifting through all this energy and goes, "Woof, cleric, this is a double-edged sword," and conveys everything that you just said, Patrick, and kind of goes, "Ooh, some nasty magic on that. Powerful, but nasty."
Yeah, it seems like it would be a very high risk situation to justify the use of it.
but
I
you need to be attuned to it to use it, which is something you have to do over a short rest. So you have to already do it before you're in a risky situation.
And then is it feasible that May could identify at least one potion? Because that conversation
Not
was quite long.
not yet, because that was also the time it took Cal to talk about talk to Elise. As you head up to have a little picnic in the grass outside in the woods, have your short rest, recover some health. What we can do over the short rest is, first of all, I realized I'm wrong and have not been reading the rules closely enough. I forgot short rest is an hour, not half an hour. We will
Yeah.
say
Oh, yeah.
that this time it is half an hour because I was misspeaking a bunch, just because otherwise the timing doesn't really work and you couldn't get a rest before like bad things happened. So we will say it's half an hour. And during that period of time, if you do a short rest, you choose how many of your hit die, which for everybody is a d8, I believe. Roll that, add your constitution modifier, heal that much, decide if you want to roll again. Fish, of course, gets their spell points back. What May can do is May injured at all?
May has no need for a short rest, so she's gonna on the
Then you can
potions.
spend the entire short rest, half an hour, identifying 5 items.
Cool. All right.
And remember
Nice.
that everything else, all of the potions, each counts as a separate item. And with
Yeah.
that, we are going to take a dinner break right now, and we will meet back here in about half an hour. And you can, so we can have a short rest in real time. And when we come back, you can tell me, what health you gained, what you wanted to identify, and so on. And you should have the full list in
Yeah,
the
I do.
chat. Okay, you'll have
In
to tell me
cast.
the color of the potion. Yes, and we'll get a
Maybe
nice
I have
cast.
things to do. I don't.
Oh
know.
yeah. I mean, you should eat a meal if you haven't ate a meal.
Yes.
I was eating before.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Shinobi-
How long do we reckon we'll go after
Yeah,
the
about it.
rest?
We'll come back maybe like another hour at most.
Okay.
Yeah, I will be sleepy tired, and my sister has to go to bed pretty early,
Mhm.
so we don't want to be too loud. Okay, let's go have dinner.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Audience, have a nice ink cast.
Oh. No pressure. What should I talk about on today's Inkcast? Oh, so last time we were talking about accents, and so it's for this reason that if/when Fish dies permanently, if/when we do a campaign with new different characters, I will be starting from the beginning with this guy with an accent, so it will be as clear as day between me, who is speaking, and they, who is speaking. They not being like, I'm not describing a person who uses they them pronouns. I'm using they to obscure what pronouns this person may use. It's not like it doesn't have to be a mystery. But yeah, doing a voice. Pretty pleased with it too. Okay. Following up on last time, I'm going to now Google Sonic X Shadow, and I will see what the results are to see if Sega has been successful. Oh, it auto-filled to generations. They won. They did it. I'm just gonna go into images real quick. Yep, they did it. They did it. Those fuckers. They got it. They succeeded on the plan. Man, I'm scrolling. Oh, no, there's something. But it's not much. It is not much at all. They won. I don't recall if I've ever said this in session or whatever, but it has always been the case that Fish has found Metal to be a little dim. They don't like her any less for it. In fact, at times it can be beneficial, which is cruel, I'm aware, but they're not a very nice person, are they? And so, and also keeping in mind that she's clearly fucking got enough on her plate. That is why they do not make explicit, like, hey, we found Jackrabbit, we talked to him, and you know, all that sort of stuff. Just like they're making the illusions for her to connect the dots, and she's not connecting them, and they're like, don't worry, I'll just leave them right there. You hang on to the pen and move it at your leisure. Fish was very quick to say that they forgive Metal in the midst of battle. They obviously, like, it's not as simple as that, but they do love her, and also hate her a little bit. But like, by my understanding, I think this is a common sibling experience. They do, like, it. That is one of Fish's few, not, like, they're getting more they're getting a bit better at it, but like one of Fish's few, like, sincere how to say it, sincere descriptions of how they feel about another person. Yeah, but like, Metal feels like family to them. Let's not leave it merely implied. With the whole Fish thinking that she's a bit dim, it absolutely started it when they first met. It was so like, oh, oh, you don't know anything, do you? I can take this situation to my advantage. And then like, oh no, I care. Yes. What a great Cal and May scene. I loved it so very much. I loved them both so very much. Ellie and Mooney hit it right out of the park. Oh, Patrick as Metal. Can we fucking talk? Really, really great. Really wonderful. Everyone, my friends are so good. My friends are so great. They're so great and cool and acting and playing. And listeners, you may not be aware of this, but when the campaign was like first pitched, and Patrick was like, hey, Ink, we're friends," and I was like, "Yes," because it was true. And this is not how the conversation went. Like we were thinking of doing like a D&D thing. Would you like to? And I was like, no. Fuck. Imagine that world. Based on multiverse theory, there are infinite worlds where that happened, and I bet I'm miserable in most of them because I loved Well Dressed Bones. I love it so much. I love to do it. I love the story. I love the characters. I love my friends. I'm glad that I changed my mind. It would be like not bringing Sinner into battle. A severe mistake. A tactical error. If you can't find things that bring you joy, you must make them. And for me, at least, and I would hope the others as well, this is very much a case of that. Oh, but Cal having this fucking connection to Jonas. Now there's going to be two methods of potential communication: this ring and the invisible thread. And then also just like, going out into a field and screaming. He'd probably know. Ah, yes. Last Incast, which was last session, when these are becoming frequent, I was talking about the neck thing, and then I was like, it has to be a slug thing, and then we found out later on that very same day that it was the vertebrae, that's always nice to have an answer. Yeah, we gotta, as long as that vertebrae, every reflection has that, they truly are not their own people. I mean, like they are developing in such a manner that they are becoming, if not already. However, as long as they have that little control chip, as long as they have the little Neuralink, they do not belong to themselves fully. And I am of the opinion that if they are to exist, they should be at least not with a microchip in them. look, at least Metal is fully aware of what Fish is capable of, as well as what they 100% will do. I don't know. I don't think this has been stated in a recording, but this is an established fact about Fish that they don't like weddings. No. I think there was a mention of it. It's there. Like, you look for it. It's there. Fish does not like weddings. They don't enjoy them. It sucks. They don't want to go to one. But if they're gonna go to one, they're gonna fuck shit up and be a big nuisance. And so it's really good that Metal's like, yeah, that's what you're gonna do. And Fish goes, yes, it is. Oh, May finally broaching the barrier of using Cal's first name. So proud. So glad. Oh, okay. Good luck. No, I wasn't. Mom, I see you and I don't question what you do. Good luck. Oh, Ellie's back. Hi.
Hello. How's Inkcast going?
Good. I was sitting here rambling along. Okay. Your May monologue, I mean, they're all great. They're all great and brilliant, and I enjoy them immensely. But this one with Cal, oh, so nice. And I really do hope that May has earned her colliginous privileges.
That's what I reckon. I was like, slide that in, see what happens.
Yeah. No, go for it. I love it. It was
But,
just
I don't think
it was a really great scene.
Thank you. I really enjoyed it. I don't think May will definitely not call Cal by her first name all the time, but now she's a little bit like, oh, I can get away with it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but also I felt like in this aspect, I mean, and others, of course, but in this aspect, like, May can absolutely learn from Cal. Like, if you want to move on, you gotta literally start making the steps to move. Like,
One foot in front of the other, as it
yeah.
goes.
Yeah, so I'm low key. I totally I'm not sure if we'll actually have the time, but I was actually hoping May could get a conversation with Cinna at some point before we inevitably get drawn back into tomfoolery.
I hope so. Like, if there's time at the end of the short rest, with these
She identifies
identifying,
emotions.
yeah, Cinna's like, what's this one? And May goes, it's a love potion, and
And yeah,
so the prisoner calling out, what was it, like Little Mama
Little
to
Mama?
May, and she didn't give a shit, but Cinna did. Well, he calls 9 Mama, doesn't he?
I don't like that.
I'm not. No. That's why he didn't like it. Is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
actually, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. It's also just a funny image because May's like pretty like
She's not
as
little.
far as no, she's built like a brick shithouse.
Yeah. She's ripped.
Yeah. She's like not quite proper strongman ripped, but you know what I mean? Like built without being low body fat for sure.
Yeah.
All that lifting and walking, the hiking, etc. I also have like just part of me is like, oh, I hope Fish is a bastard again about Cinna, because May's got like a really calm clapback, which would be like kind of cut through the shit I think it would cut through the shit in a very like non-confrontational but also very confrontational way.
Okay, well, I still have like that idea of an exchange that I told you about already.
Yeah.
We can make it happen.
Yeah.
However, at this current time, Fish is mostly like, "Oh, Metal's back. That's nice. Oh,
Yeah.
Metal's leaving again. Oh, okay. Well,
Ruh-roh.
fuck."
Oh, Metal. I was like, will May tell her about reading her diary? I mean, she would unashamedly be like, yeah, you fucked off and didn't tell us what was going on. You're goddamn right. I read your diary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello. I'm an adult who gives a shit about you. I'm not just going to be like, what are we going to do? But yeah.
Yes, which is immediately what Cal and Fish did.
Bless. We're due a shift next week, by the way, just so you know. The company roster has come out.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah.
We need to put
What
on
day is
our
that?
hours. Yeah, that is let me check my work. Because that is a good question. I reckon either next Tuesday or next Thursday night.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Either one. Both. Fuck it, we'll do overtime.
Yeah, let's. I'll pencil it in.
The boss will be pleased. Listeners, we've been playing Lethal Company, and we are great at it.
Yeah, we're fantastic. We are so good at it.
But like, I'm really hankering for Among Us with
Yeah, same.
the whole gang.
Need to get on it. Partly because I think it'd be very funny. It's a shame that, like, I know it's not possible, but it's, well, as far as I know, it's not possible that you can't do like a mix of actual players and AI. Just because, like, I don't want to deal with other people, but also a 4-person Among Us game is like, it's a small game as far as
You can
games go.
you can have a group that sticks together, but then also random not random people, but like people can choose to like join the party or whatever. Something like that.
Okay. I don't want to talk to other people. I don't care about the other people. Besides
No,
the fact
we-
that they could be the yeah.
Listen, we're on voice chat with each other, and you know, fucking
and
random
ignoring
red.
everything else.
Yeah,
Yeah, agreed. So I'm just gonna add some of the heater. It is hot.
something. It's hot.
Yeah, I was just turning the heater off. We're on like the top floor, so about this point in the day, everyone else's heaters have like made the way up to us, but until then, it's like pretty cold.
Ah.
Oh.
All right. No, I'll show you the little diagram that I drew of how I was kind of hoping for Fish with the sword stuck in the guy to go. You know, once not very good. It's much like the S, but like it's the jammed in there.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And then Fish kicks the guy. That would have been fun.
I had like the very specific image, like Looney Tunes style, of like exactly how Patrick described it, like leaning entirely back, but then like on the forward swing as it hits, Fish's legs go up, like, you know, classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not at this point, but I would like to let you know that Fish would probably use Twahine for May as well once the relationship improves, because it can refer to a sister or a female cousin.
Oh, cute. Yeah, I like that. One of the things I want May to do over the time skip is study languages a bit further. So, like, she'd be learning French for Cal, obviously, and then
Yeah.
would absolutely study Maori. What's the actual word for the Maori language again? Is it ter something?
Hold on, I've got it. Te aka.
Yeah.
What I love is that May is the only person who knows that Fish is Maori, and she just is like, well, yeah, of course, obviously, everyone knows that,
Everyone.
and so simply has not mentioned it. And it's like, no, actually, no
Wait,
one
do the
else
others-
knows.
No one else knows. That's very funny.
No,
That's
they've
very
never
funny.
told anyone when it's like asked, where are you from? They're like, somewhere.
Really? Okay. So, like, one of the things I do want to get a conversation in wise, it probably won't be this session, just because of everyone's priorities at the moment. But like, May will finally be like to Fish, so Godkin, huh? I imagine she'd be like, oh, so like, what Maori pantheon is like your parent part of? And I imagine Fish being like,
And Fish would burst into tears because they don't know.
oh. Would that be a plus or a minus to the relationship? Do you reckon?
I think it'd be some steps back.
Yeah, it's grim. Hey, May being like, I'm so interested to learn. The Fish being like, I'll kill you.
Well, like, so this
Mm.
whole like little arc that they're going through with their dad, they're fucking learning. They're learning
Yeah.
themselves. Never knew their dad. Their own belief was that they'd been abandoned or something like that.
Oof.
Which I've yet to broach, but like, there's gonna be a conversation about that eventually. Like, hey, my whole life I thought that you fucking left me. Fish lived with their mother, who was white, and you know, not a great household.
Yeah, a subpar upbringing, I'm sure.
So yeah, so this is really them connecting with their culture as well. So if May's like, "Oh, that's great. What's this and this and this?" and it's like, "I don't know yet."
I think that like it's so sad and funny to me that all May would want to do would be like, I would love to learn more about your family, and the very act of her being supportive in that way is like, rah-rah.
Yeah.
I can imagine over the time Skip May like going out of her way to do research and stuff and being like, Fish, I like found this cool like piece of history that maybe you'd like to learn about and stuff. Little letters and stuff like that.
Listeners, I'd just like to confirm that the ongoing gag of Fish going to May, well, you're an archaeologist, it's because the assumption is like, well, you know, stealing shit from native folk. I know that's what you do. However, at this point, they have known her long enough to be like, nah, you're fine. and it's just ribbing her.
I mean, and they're right too. She absolutely did partake in that part of archaeology.
Talking about Howard. That fucker.
That motherfucker. He really is just the worst. I'm so glad that in the Professor Drum universe, Gladly absolutely fucking wrecked that man's entire career.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, to be clear, Ellie, this has absolutely nothing to do with you, and I've enjoyed chatting with you immensely. I don't like today's Inkcast. It feels like it's been not substantial.
That's all right. It's been full of natural places to gather, like, and breathe and think about shit. On a side note, you've watched Legend of Korra?
Yeah, not all of it.
That's all right. Did you watch season 2?
I think it was just one that I watched. Sorry.
Oh, okay. That's right. I just got a very specific image of like Metal's dynamic with these twins. That is a dynamic in Korra, which I think is very fucking funny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Bolin has a thing for a Northern Water Tribe woman who is scary as shit. Oh, Moody, you can agree with this. I'm imagining Metal's dynamic with the twins being like Bolin and the twins in season 2 of Korra.
Yes.
Mooney, okay. Based on the facial expression, Mooney loves that, and so therefore it's correct.
Patrick is gonna immediately agree. Patrick is way more of a Korra fan than I am.
Yeah.
What is happening?
So, okay, here's my pitch, Patrick.
Yes.
Metal and the twins is Bolin and the twins from season 2 of Korra.
Yes. No, very
Yeah.
much so. Yes.
Yeah.
Totally agree. 100%.
Yeah. Some ink, the Bolin male character, really nice, happy-go-lucky guy.
I know
has-
him.
yeah. Has a thing for like super scary Northern Water Tribe girl who's kind of royalty, and she has a twin brother, and the twins do not do anything apart, and they both regard him as like this servant in like a weird possessive way, and it's very like ooh, a lot of the time, and it is also funny.
It is servant, but also romantic and sexual, and it's like,
Yeah,
yes,
Much.
I will own you. We will
Yeah.
own you collectively. And he's like, I mean, I'm okay with being owned by the girl, not as much the boy. And it's like, you have no choice.
too bad. Yeah, it's very fun. The moment you said twins, it would be niggling in the back of my head, and I thought, that'd be perfect.
All right, Patrick, for recovering hit dice, I roll.
Roll,
A
add your
D8.
constitution. Yeah, roll a d8, add your constitution modifier,
All right.
mark down how many hit points you get left, you get, and then decide whether you want to roll another d8. Repeat until you are satisfying in how much you've healed, or run out of dice. You have dice equal to your level. So Cal has 7 d8s. Fish has a mixture of d8s and d6s, I believe, and May has d8s and I think like 1 d10 or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Real quick. I wanted to see if I could game the system, and you're allowed to tell me no. Fish had 2 spell points before short rest, and I was thinking before they sit down at the picnic to recover the points, they use the remaining 2 on locate animal or plant. See if Wilma's out there somewhere.
Wilma!
That is
And then they
totally
go
and completely allowed. What is the
Yeah!
range? What is the range on locate animal or plant?
5 miles.
Oh, 5 miles. Okay, yeah.
Where is
Far from
she?
TV, really?
As you sit in the grass and hold on, let me get. Where is it?
Yeah, we need our like
appears-
soft music.
She appears out of nowhere and starts biting the shit out of Fish.
Yes.
Instinct homing in.
Entirely true. As you settle in and focus on your magic, you think to yourself, Wolma, or sheep, I guess. You know, Wolma specifically, but just any sheep. If Wolma doesn't work, then I guess sheep works. Just focus. Just focus, Fish. You feel something tugging you inward and downward towards the sanctuary, maybe down below the sanctuary. And let me look up the wording for. Yes, you also do the distance. You feel that Wolma is down at a slight angle and at a distance of about a mile, or actually a bit less than a mile. And you realize that's too deep to be the sanctuary. That is too deep to be like the upper caves in the cave system. That means Wolma was taken and just like brought to probably food storage wherever the reflections were taking the food to store. They probably just brought her to down below and have her in
Making
a pen.
chops.
Have a pen somewhere. No, you find plant an animal does not work if the animal is dead. unless you like.
No,
She will
I'm saying
be.
that that's the
Yeah.
plan.
She will be
That's
chopped.
what
Yes.
Clown's victory dinner is.
At this moment, she is not chops. She will be chops.
But it's
All
like, hold on, we're gonna stay here for a little longer.
As you guys roll your healing and do all that, what does May want to identify?
Sorry, Patrick, can you remind me, with the tuning to something, is that like a long rest?
I believe you can attune to something over the course of a short rest. So
So you've got the 9 little mini potions, the witch amulet, and then what was it, like the veneration?
The innovation. The
Which
innovation.
I suspect is a spell points potion, but I don't know.
Well, doesn't innovate usually also mean to wake up? But
Yeah.
surely it is a spell point potion. Yeah, okay. Okay, so May would have to attune with the amulet at another time, basically. I'm really trying to think whether it's
it is a short rest.
But she's not doing a short rest.
Yeah, exactly. It would
She's
have
not
to be
doing
the
a
next
short
short rest.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I'm weighing up what makes the most sense to actually figure out. But then, like, maybe the amulet would be really fucking useful for, like, a fight. So,
And we say that someone else just attunes to it.
Mercy.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than nothing. You can always take it back later.
oh, yeah, true. That's a really good point. Okay.
Yeah, just give it to somebody else, and then
Yeah, whatever happens, happens.
yeah.
Oh, wait, no, but would I need to identify it still then, or would the effects become pretty apparent to the person? wearing it?
You find out other than hidden effects, which includes like curses and stuff like that. You find out what an item does when you attune to it.
Cool.
So it's not like this big mystery unless they're bad things or hidden effects.
Cool.
But yeah, who are you gonna give it to?
Okay, I'm thinking just because the ring had that curse on it, I'm trying to think who would be less fucked over by a curse and like be able, maybe it should be Mercy. I was thinking Mercy or Sinner, basically. Because Mercy's not going to be in battle, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, she might not be in battle, but Sinner's definitely going to be in battle. So if the amulet has a really bad side effect, then he'd be able to take it more than anyone else. Potentially.
I just want to say that the curse on the ring is a Jonas thing, not a Goph thing.
Yeah. That's true. But also,
Although
Goph is...
I will
Goph
say,
tactics
Goph
can be
does
silly.
does have fucked up things in his
Yeah,
possession.
but it's actually silly.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, okay. May will give it to Sinner, and that's good because that will give May opportunity to have a scene with Sinner after, if that's permissible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so she'll do the amulet, the innovation potion, and then the what colors were they again? Sorry, I'm just opening up my little inventory. I'm thinking about what colors sound like they'd be good. Like good vibes.
May does Roy G. Biv.
No,
I'm
they are
thinking-
Roy G. Viv.
Yeah.
G. Viv. It's
Well, blue was a stimulant, so we'll do blue, red, blue, and clear, because I feel like clear is probably something good.
red, blue, and clear. You're doing
Yeah.
the enervation potion, and then you have one more.
Hold on,
yeah,
I'm
sorry,
remembering. I'm remembering what all the Homestuck powers are.
Let's just go yellow.
Yellow. Okay. Then we will start with enervation potion. Gain 1 spell point, ignoring maximum spell point limitations. If not used, this spell point disappears after 1 minute. So it is sort of like a in combat temporary spell point that you can gain. This is a minor enervation potion.
Okay.
I'm going to be putting all of these in documents and handouts, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm just
sure.
reading them out first. Then you said blue.
Yes.
Blue fire potion. Shooting energy flows through your muscles. You gain an additional action and double movement this turn
Holy
and
shit.
next turn.
Jesus.
Wait, so for 2 turns.
For the current turn, which you have to use like a bonus action to drink it.
Yeah,
So
okay.
you lose a bonus action and you gain an additional action and double movement for this turn and next turn.
Okay. Jesus, I think that's probably going to be a Sinner Spell potion then, rather. Just because that's probably going to benefit him the most.
Yeah, I was like,
okay.
not me, because I have my bonus actions are importante.
Okay, next one.
Red. Ghost pepper hot sauce infused with strong magic for reasons unknown. The drinker explodes into flames and takes 8d6 fire damage. All creatures within a 15-foot sphere must make a DC 14 Dex saving throw, taking the same amount of damage on a failure or half as much on success. All flammable objects within this range that are not being carried are ignited.
So this is doing a
Jesus
China
Christ.
Sorrows and
Yeah.
just trying to kill people.
So what was the range? Like immediate 6 feet?
15 feet. You take the damage,
Jesus.
and then everyone around 15 feet does too. Potentially.
Fucking
Make it
hell.
safe.
Okay.
Okay,
Uh,
but Mooney, Garth and China have been in correspondence at least, so
Yeah,
like they
absolutely.
developed this together.
Fucking hell. Okay.
Wait,
This
that's
is-
so funny because she explicitly got that symbol because of skullduggery. So Goph was like, yeah, I guess if your ex-boyfriend is trying to kill you, you gotta do this.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I know all about that.
Yeah, I do know all about that. Okay, you chose clear. Straight up moonshine. Nothing special, but strong enough to peel paint. May not actually be safe to drink now that you think about it.
Well, I'm glad I identified that. Because I would have thought clear means good, because water is good and clear. So,
Shall
alright.
gift to your mother-in-law. She'll
You could have
appreciate
just
it.
sniffed it.
True. True. I'm literally writing gift to 9? Question mark.
Yeah, gift to 9. And-
Yellow.
Yellow. Transmogrification potion. Roll 1d10 and immediately transform into the resulting animal. The transformation lasts for 1 minute or until the animal's health is depleted, whichever comes first. You may not use or concentrate on magic while in animal form, and if the animal is killed, any additional damage beyond its remaining health is applied to your normal health pool. You can pull an aisle and transform into an animal, but the animal is random, and not all of them are good.
How long
Although
is
all
a
of them are-
turn?
This is fish all over.
Yeah, it does a bit. Hey, sorry, Patrick. How long does a turn take again?
A turn is 6 seconds. So it's
Okay,
10
so
turns to a
feasibly it could be
minute.
a couple rounds. Okay. If it's okay. All right. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, May looks at all that, I suppose.
Let's see. You had orange left. You had green left. Indigo,
Like, green's the best.
indigo, violet, and black. And
Jesus
then you've got
Christ.
the amulet of flying.
So it is an amulet of flying. I thought it might be. Can you paste that in the chat now, Patrick? I just want to update, or like
The-
whenever's.
The
fine.
amulet of flying?
Oh no, the potion stuff.
I did. They're in documents and handouts.
Oh, cool. Sorry. Cool. Well, May will just wait for everyone else to do whatever, and when she can, she'll take Sinner aside to ask him about the amulet.
Okay. Let me roll up some health for Sinner very quickly. Because of the class Sinner is, he rolls d12s for short
Jesus.
rests. So this will probably only take a couple. Gains 6 health. He gains 9 health.
The fact that you can turn into a shark for a minute.
Yep.
That's so helpful.
Ramona!
A shark is incredibly useful if you're in
In
water.
water.
And 12. Okay, yeah, he's totally and completely healed with 3 rolls.
Cool. I'm happy to hold off. Does anyone else have any conversations or anything they want to have?
As Sinner just kind of lays back in the grass, he takes out like a little a little bandana from a pocket and kind of like puts it over his face to like block his eyes. But you can see that he's kind of got crocodile eyes. He's looking underneath it and like looking around to make sure nobody else is like walking up. He appears at rest, but is not really. You rest and recover as May finishes identifying these potions. I imagine for the moonshine, you're focusing on the sealed quart potion bottle, and then it says moonshine, no magic. And you go, what? And then you pull the cork, and it's just the strongest smell you've ever smelled. Oh my god, just the fumes would peel paint. And then you stick it back again and go, well, that was a waste. And then you walk over to Sinner, who, after almost exactly half an hour, gets up and brushes himself off and is ready.
Sorry, I was just reading the last sentence for the Amulet of Flight.
Yeah.
Powerful. All right.
Yep.
How close are they to the shed? Like the whole group?
I imagined you just kind of like out the door and were like sitting next to it.
Okay.
I don't think you have any reason to like walk away from it, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree. I was just going to ask because May also wants to maybe have a look at the elevator. So this accomplishes several things. Gets in her alone, maybe try and like proofs the elevator against being disabled, or like does something to try and, I don't know, some sort of simple magic. And also like gets away from the group, like just for a second. So she will she's gonna be like, well, everyone's, I don't know, Family Guy posing, relaxing. She's going to like lean over and nudge Sinner and say, want to talk to you, and I also want to check the elevator. Can you come with? Not particularly trying to hide it. Just like, yeah, sorry, I want a moment alone. And then she'll get up and
you head into the shed where the elevator is located. You see that essentially when the elevator is up, this is a gardening shed for the hotel, sort of a landscaping and maintenance shed. In the corner, there is a very rusted wheelbarrow missing a wheel and kind of like tilted to the side, holes rusted through the bed, a bunch of like random crap and a couple bags of soil. And when the elevator comes up, that, which is all like connected together, lifts up out of the ground, and underneath is the elevator car as it's hidden from casual perusal.
nice. May can rolls Arcana, I guess, to see if there's any obvious symbol work that she can have a look at.
Yep.
Cool. That's a 17.
And 17. With a 17,
Oh, sorry, no, it was Arcana, right? Oh no, symbols. She rolls symbol.
Okay.
Yeah.
They'll give you different information.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. With a 17 on symbols, the symbols you're looking at are some symbols of locomotion and reducing weight. You get the sense that this machine is partially machine, partially magical. It's the kind of thing where it's like if this area was under the effect of like a dispel magic spell or something that like sucked all the magic out, the elevators still need to work. But you're getting things of like, you know, there's symbols on some of the gearing you can see that like produces a thin film of grease, gearing on the elevator to make it weigh less so that it has less stress on the mechanical components. It is this kind of thing of like, you, in order to disable it, you would need to disable the symbols and the mechanical components.
Okay.
And if you just disabled the mechanical components, theoretically, with a 17, you think you could make it work of kind of like a one-way trip back down. you don't necessarily know how you would get it back up again, but you could do a trip down, just activating the kind of weightless symbols, giving them extra juice and stuff, and keep from crashing into the bottom.
Hmm.
But there is no, because it is mostly mechanical. There's no like obvious way to shield the mechanical components, and of course, as someone who's researched symbols a lot, it is way easier to disrupt and destroy symbol work than it is to make it. Just unfortunate, unfortunate fact of your field.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so there's nothing that strikes her as a place she could maybe strengthen in a symbol sense.
Not really. No, there. It's
Okay.
it's the kind of thing of like there's not like one really complicated series of symbols that like make the elevator work. It's a bunch of little stuff. So it's like okay, well I could decrease the weightlessness. I could decrease the weight even further, and then it will maybe last 5 additional years before its next maintenance cycle. That doesn't really help us in this moment. Things
No.
like that.
Okay. Well, is it at least fair to say that after doing this examination, if they need to repair the elevator from a symbol perspective, May probably could?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay, cool.
definitely.
Well,
It's the kind of thing of like if the mechanical components, you would have to actually fix them with a tool check, find replacement parts, something like that. If someone just like destroyed some of the symbol work and you were in a position to fix it, it was at the bottom of the elevator and you were also in the bottom of the elevator, you could probably put it back. Yeah.
okay, cool. Well, that might still be useful. Anyway,
But there's also this thing of being like, if the symbols are disrupted, the elevator can still work. So
yeah.
most of what this tells you is that like the project to shut down the elevator had barely started when people were called away. So you're like, okay, it's a lot less dangerous than we thought.
Okay, cool. Well, that's still good to know because you never know what's going to happen. And then once May's determined this, she's gonna like stand up and like dust off fucking hands or whatever, and then say to Sinner, "So, what does the amulet do?"
Sinner, like most of this time, has just been like fiddling with it. He put it over his head and he's just like looking at it. He's kind of like scraping a nail against it to like see if there's like hidden compartments or anything like that. He's like, May, I'll be honest, I have not the foggiest idea. Ow. And he just like smacks his head against a beam in the shed, and you're like, oh no! And then you kind of look down and you see that he's hovering like a couple inches off the ground, and that got him tall enough to hit the roof.
And I believe he should now have a warty nose and a desire to wear pointed hats.
Yeah, he's just like. My nose feel bigger to you? Oh god, is it swollen? Did it break again?
May looks up at him and is like, "Well, I don't mean to alarm you, Mr. Drum, but it has increased and waterfied substantially."
What? God. Is that what the amulet does? It gives me a bad nose?
Sinner.
Go,
Look down.
what the hell? Oh. Oh god. Oh. 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 I.
Where's that athletic prowess that I saw earlier?
I did not expect to be flying. It's like walking on ice skates.
May can May like reach up and touch the amulet potentially,
Yeah.
like, or is it just too tall? Yeah, okay. I think May's going to grab his hand and pull him gently down, and then lift off the amulet.
Okay, you entirely lift it off, and Senator drops to the ground, and he's like, huh. Now that I kind of know what it feels like, I feel like I could control it in some way.
You're not going to freak out?
Practice makes perfect. I should freak out now instead of down there.
Yes, I'd rather you bump your head than, I don't know, soar off into the clouds.
Yeah.
And she'll give him back the amulet.
He puts it back on, and he stays stable on the ground, and he's like, all right. And then he's practicing a little bit. He starts to hover up, comes back down, moving a little bit side to side, kind of like, feeling how the movement works and practicing, smacks his head so hard against the roof again, and then he goes, "God damn it. If I had like, something, if I was a hat guy, maybe something like, I would get a warning, so I'd feel it scraping against the roof. Honestly,
a
that's not
pointy
a bad
hat,
idea.
perhaps, Mr. Drum.
Well, I mean, I assume that a pointed hat would kind of look best with my facial features. I don't know. Do they make pointy hats?
Mr. Drum, do me a favor. Take off the amulet and then tell me how you feel about pointy hats.
Okay. Hovers back down, takes it off. That's the stupidest fucking idea I've ever heard. Why did I say that?
Gophis is a very strange Arcanist to work with. I think this is perhaps his idea of a joke. A useful one, but still a joke.
Honestly, I don't know if it's a joke or if he was just like, I can make people fly by making them, I guess, a witch. Maybe that's kind of the workaround for the magic. That's...
I wouldn't put it past him.
Gods below. Okay. Yeah. I guess this will be useful.
Yeah. And then May's gonna kind of just turn towards the door. Still closed. I don't know. I suppose she can she hear the others talking or something?
Yeah. You can hear the
cool.
others conversing. It's not a particularly weather-tight shed, so...
Yeah, that's right. So May's going to switch to magical telephony,
Mhm.
and she's going to say, this isn't a monologue, but it's more specific. How did I phrase it? Yeah. She's going to go, Sinner, I was so caught up in my own feelings, it didn't even occur to me until you reminded me how long you worked for the benefactor. How are you feeling about all of this?
About 30 years ago, I had a job to protect someone. And after I left that job, my next job was to go and extract a debt from my previous employer. And I didn't enjoy it, but I did do it. And that comes with the territory. At least in this case, when I kick the benefactor's ass, I'm going to enjoy it because it's for a good reason. Hold on one sec. What's up? Oh, very easy to fix. Yeah, you want me to do it right now? Yeah. Okay, everyone. There is a small emergency that I am going to need to deal with. So if you will give me just a moment, we will be on another indefinite break, and I will be back when I can. That is exactly what it sounded like, yes. Okay, goodbye.
All right. Okay. So they're having magical telephony, voices outside. So just through the door, Fish being like, and then I'll do the sword like this. What? What?
Sound effects included, right?
Yeah.
And
they're-
Kel's
they're-
sitting with Kakano in her lap and going, aren't you supposed to be resting?
What?
What does Cal resting look like? Does she coffin pose? Lays down?
No. I think she was sitting up, and then Kakano insisted that she lie down. So she's got Kakano on her tummy or chest, and she's just got her hands over him, and she's just veil pulled out around her head.
So
Do you
cute.
reckon Fish is gonna roll?
Well, hold on. There's still. What? Oh, actually, no. You're right. Just forks it into the grass.
Do they do it hard
leans-
enough they can't pull it up easy, do you reckon?
Probably, yeah. Leans
I do that
against
every
it.
time.
Leans against it like, oh, comfortable there?
Yes, Kakano is a good, well, stuffed animal. I used him as inspiration for one, so it makes sense.
So how you feeling about using him as a pillow for a night?
That seems cruel to Kakano.
Not literally. I'm whatever.
And then Cal's gonna like lean up a little bit and look over at the shack, and she'll go,
Apparently, they are not actually romantically involved.
No, I mean like that I'm sorry, did we think that the entire time? The entire time? Is that what you thought? I
thought,
never suspected.
so I don't know. I thought maybe they were deliberately hiding it or something.
No. I think they're super into each other, but they have no idea. Jonas agreed with me that they should fuck.
that's explicitly what he said.
Yeah, he said exactly that.
Disgusting.
Mm.
No, I just thought it was a possibility that it was a secret rendezvous kind of thing. But no, I agree with you. That obviously the feelings are there, but maybe, May will come to her senses.
Yeah, maybe. Look, what matters to me is that she's clearly off the table. My table. that
Yeah,
is.
I don't think that was ever an option for you.
Could have been.
Silence.
Yeah. Can I,
Silence.
can I
Staring
interject
at-
something?
Yeah.
Does Cal at all, when Fish is like, you could use Kekino as a little pillow? Does Cal remember that Kekino is a manifestation of Fish?
No. And she
Okay.
deliberately forgets that.
Fish undeliberately forgets that.
You just keep going with the Calfish dialogue until
Yeah.
Catherine gets
I was
back.
trying
Okay.
to think of something
Work
else.
as much as you can in. For God's sake.
Mooney, I had an idea for the healing conversation if we had that.
Yeah.
Fish isn't going to bring that up though. It has to be her.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, she'll like you know what, yeah, she'll actually turn over and she'll go,
So I have a good sense for healing magic, and I think I noticed that you healed Tone. Is that another godkin benefit?
All right, I'm gonna do a roll about it, and I won't tell you exact. I'll say, Ink has come up with a reason. This roll is to determine if Fish is consciously aware of this reason. 15. Yeah, they're consciously aware. So now the roll is deception. Fuck. Roll again.
where do you get to roll again? You're giving advantage for Gekino? He's on my stomach.
It fell. It was uneven.
Oh, okay.
Look, I'd love to go with what it was. It was a 19, but it was
Yeah.
uneven. So
I see. It was cocked. My sister texted me and she was like, I'm sorry for interrupting D&D. I was like, it's fine. We're all playing without Patrick.
yeah. No, that one was a 14. Deception. Is Cal gonna do insight or anything about
Yes,
it?
I got a 17.
Oh, okay. So
She's actually curious about this because it's a magic thing. She doesn't probe unless it's like a, it's her special interest.
Okay. Well, Fish says, I didn't heal anyone. You must
So
have been mistaken.
Oh, so it was thinner, maybe, to develop
Well,
the
I mean,
ability to heal?
fuck no. It was probably you, and you just didn't realize you were doing it.
No, I healed Tone at another time when I was able to sense someone else's magic signature on him.
No, look,
Seemed to be
I mean,
yours.
I don't have the nose for it, but like, no, I'm pretty sure it was just you that did it.
Kekino. I guess it will have to be Kekino.
Yes.
Does your father have the ability to heal?
Yes. Yes.
Put in veil eye contact.
Yes, he just it's a recent thing. And it's kind of it makes Dad hurt a little bit when he does it, but it's yes, he can.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so I figured it out when all the necromancers were around, and Sarah and I found Beliala. I healed her, and I don't know, she was fine. And then I did it to Sakard, and she was fine, and did it to Joan, and he was fine. Yeah. What do you want me to say about it?
But Kekino said it hurts you. What kind of healing? Again, is that a godkin thing? Has Fish mentioned the connection thing at all?
Nope.
Didn't even mention it to me.
Yeah.
No. Fish, fucking doesn't know what to say about that. They go, I don't know, actually.
Well, I
So
admire...
let's just pretend that I can't do it.
Oh, all right. Well,
You can take credit. It's fine.
Okay, fine. I admire you attempting to learn new skills, especially helpful ones. That's... Fish looks at her expectantly and she goes, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Dad didn't want to tell you because healing is something that you're really good at, Caligulus. And it's like, if Dad can do it too, then, like, I mean, it's kind of one of your big skills. And Dad, shut the fuck up. He picks up Kekano and, like, snuggles him. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna move into Moosonee, and I'm gonna have a date with Sarah every night, and it's gonna be great.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
And-
Wish the same for you and Jamal. Did you ever see him? Because Fish didn't see him.
He has been slugged, and depending on how the rest of the day goes, I'm not sure I will get to see him again, at least in person.
What happens at the end of the day?
If anything happens to me, Elise is on her way, and she would... If I was in any harm, or if I was unconscious or dead, she would remove me from the premises, and I don't think I'd be coming back.
Ever?
I mean, maybe at some point, but who knows what the sanctuary would be at that point.
Fish passes Kekano back. I was like, right, yeah. I don't know why I'm acting surprised. I already knew you were gonna go.
I don't want to leave now. I just think it's possible if Elise is very protective, and I already had to argue for the extra time, so I was in danger. She really wouldn't hesitate to extract me.
That's nice.
I'm sure you.
And then she's gonna trail off.
But Pelagianus, you're teaching me my letters. I'm gonna be able to write to you, aren't I?
That was my intention.
Okay, that'd be great. I'll do it every day. I'll practice and be really, really good at it. Dad,
I'm sure you will be.
I'm going to do it. I can do it. I'm so smart. I'll show you.
I don't think anyone is doubting that, Kekno.
Nobody. You are. You're so he's so smart. Smarter than any other fucking seal I've ever met. I'm gonna swing my sword some more.
You really need to rest.
Sits down.
Cal being bossy and it working.
You know, my sister is one of the most talented healers in probably all of necromancy.
Yeah, well, she couldn't fucking revive those girls.
That's cruel.
It's true.
Angelus must have done something to them. But my point was that it's easy to compare myself to my sister and come up short, but that doesn't stop me from doing healing magic, and shouldn't stop you either.
We talked about she cares about you very much. That was clear enough to me.
Well, that's kind to say. Wake up.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
We fixed it.
I can turn my mic off if you want to apologize.
I'm so
Hi, Bridget.
sorry. I did not mean
Don't
to lock myself out of my
apologize.
suitcase.
What happened?
We had like a whole 10-minute little thing because of your lovely interruption. Don't even worry
Okay,
about
good.
it.
Patrick tried to Oh, hi Ellie, by the way. I've never actually met you.
No, I haven't met you either.
And Patrick first tried to do a trick where you look for a little cylinder, it didn't work. Then he got his lockpicks and it didn't work. And then he just sat there and did every code. And I picked, but we made it. It was 3-2-4. What the fuck? What does that even mean? So
You fucking brute forced it?
yes.
Legend.
So
Patrick.
he got it. Okay. So he is done. I apologize for the interruption.
We have fun.
I'm back.
I was crying almost.
Hold on. Let me read this from the game call. Bridget, you get to hear this too. How are you, by the way? Mulan update. How crazy is that?
Yes. I'm obsessed. I'm almost done with the Star Path.
Ink, I'd pay you to do an entire WDB episode yourself. All right, cough it up.
So, thank you for letting me steal Patrick. I have my suitcase so I can actually go to my conference. I'm going to go to bed now because that gabapentin really hit me. I'm going to go to sleep
I
now.
made Bridget do hard drugs.
Yeah.
Oh.
I already do hard drugs, but we'll do soft drugs. Bye-bye. Nice
Bye.
to see you, Ink.
Bye-bye.
Welly. Enjoy
Nice
the
to meet
rest
you,
of
Bridget.
the session. Okay.
Patrick, I played Kekino for a bit. I hope that's fine.
That's
It
totally
was
fine.
great.
Mr.
I actually
Delicious.
I actually gave Kekino to you on the assumption that you would play Kekino, and then you were like, I want to roleplay with Kekino all the time. I was like, okay, I guess I'm Kekino.
You missed a
I
very
can-
good
I can-
Calfish conversation.
Listen, I can take over. However, when I'm doing two at the same time in a conversation, like it's
It's hard.
yeah, it sure is.
Yeah.
So that you do a really great job.
Thank you.
All right. Did Fish have anything to say after the Elise comment?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
They go, well, I don't know how I'm gonna worm myself out of this one, so I'm gonna go sit over there. Get up and get the sword out of the ground, and then go and sit away from Cal, because it's just that this is not where they have to be to rest.
Cal gives Kekino a scritch, and she feels very confused.
I cannot remember where we were at, Patrick, by the way. Do you?
Yeah.
Pointy hat.
Yeah.
Elf playing pranks.
Yeah. Center was like, maybe Gof wasn't playing a prank. Maybe Gof just like figured out how to make a flying amulet by being like inscribing in symbols. Feel like you're a witch so much that you can fly.
Amazing.
Gof is very
okay.
creative at problem solving. Honestly, too much. I
love that, man.
get so much joy from it.
Okay, so Sinner's made that comment. May's gonna laugh and then pause and then be like, still magical telephony. Well, as long as you're okay, I know you said it was no trouble to get up here, but I'm very aware that this has already been a very trying couple of hours. Even if we did absolutely nail it, if I might say earlier, Mr. Drum.
Well, I think we nailed it too, and you know, maybe we'll get commendation or something once we're done here.
Maybe they'll make me like, I don't know, a general, or at least
yeah.
senior arcanist. That would be
Mhm.
nice. You know, I'm a junior at the moment. Isn't that a joke?
Yeah, I mean that does make sense since you were new, but you know, you do this fastest promotion of all time.
Yeah, exactly right. And then I could completely pay for an entire dig for us to go on, which I think is a really good idea.
Oh, that would be fun.
Mm.
All right, we want to head down. I feel like the arguing outside has quieted a bit.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree. And then May's going to kind of reach out, touch his arm, lingers a little bit longer than it usually would, and then they're going to go out.
And I assume you're not looking at Sinner while
No,
happens?
she is. She is looking at Senna. She is learning from Cal. She's making steps.
He got a
I should probably roll, hey.
19 on his deception check. So
Wow.
I think that he uses all of his willpower to hold in his blush until you let go.
Nice. Yeah, cool. May doesn't see it because she's turned around.
Yeah.
And then the moment she gets outside, unless the others are doing something crazy, May's gonna distribute the potions, basically.
No, Fish is doing that thing that they're just pulling up grass, taking like the grass apart strip by strip. Can anyone else relate to this?
Me at
Yes.
every game of soccer I played when I was young. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
I was famous for picking and chewing on grass.
I was going to
and
say, Patrick
sitting-
also ate dirt.
Yes, I did. And some of the dirt was delicious, and I still think about it. And I know exactly where to get it, so the temptation is always there.
Did you have Pika?
No.
Sure.
Listen. It's a typical autism symptom. I had this shit too. I was eating paper.
I was semi-famous in my children's soccer league for being the goalie that would sit and lay down in the goal, chew grass, pick grass and play with it, stand up as soon as the ball came on my side of the field, make amazing saves and kicks, and then as soon as it wasn't on my side of the field, just like lay down again. It was
And
it
that's
was
the way to fucking do it.
it was not good. My coaches were not happy, but they could not argue with results. The dirt I really loved was the dirt in the baseball diamond at my grade school, because I played t-ball and I was out in the field and I had already done soccer at that point, and I was like, why did they put me in a place where there's no grass to play with and chew on? I guess I'll try dirt, and I still think about the texture.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, important question for me only. What was your soccer team's name?
We had a bunch of them. I remember the Green Dragons was one of them.
Magpies.
Oh,
Yeah, that sounds about
Magpies.
right.
Yeah, we had local leagues, so you were like randomly distributed to teams each year, and
Oh,
the kids,
they traded you round?
sometimes, and the kids would often name the teams themselves, or the coach would have like a name that they would just do for every team, so that they could buy uniforms more easily. But yeah, it changed a lot. I was definitely the Green Dragons, maybe for 2 years.
Well, Fish is
Then I
playing with
became a
grass.
teenager, and I kept playing soccer, although it no longer became acceptable to lay down in the goal. And then my coach was like, okay, time to get serious about soccer. We're going to be running laps every practice, at the start and end of any practice. And I went, fuck this, and I quit.
Yeah, the right move.
I did so many other physical activities, including track and field, so I was running every day. But going from this is my lay down time to you need to run all the time, I just went, no. That is a bridge too far.
Well,
All right.
Cal's cuddling Tekano.
Okay. So May's going to go over to Cal and say, Cleric, I have a gift for you. It might not be useful, but it's better than nothing. And is going to give her the innovation potion
And
and
gives her
tell her,
moonshine.
May would never. Yeah, and basically tells her exactly what it does, so she knows that she can't just use it whenever. It's got to be somewhat strategic. Does Cal say anything? Otherwise, May will keep on distributing.
The Cal will just say, "Oh,
Thank you.
Okay. And then May rifles through the one she does know, stops at the yellow and goes, I mean, Fish probably would be. No, I shan't give them this power. Does not give them the transmogrify potion.
Really?
Doesn't say any of this aloud. Doesn't say any. I'm sorry. You cannot tell me that Fish wouldn't shoot it at the worst possible moment and turn into a shark.
Hey, Fish would shoot it at the worst possible moment, but the worst possible moment is also the best possible moment. There could be a tiger that absolutely gets the killing blow on
That's true. That's true. That's true.
I'd like to roll perception to see May looking at all these little bottles.
Go for it.
She's not trying to hide it. She's more just thinking
Nat 20. They see the colors and they're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, that's moonshine."
They see the colors and go, I know the exact viscosity of moonshine.
Brewed
but
some
also-
myself.
But also probably see you pull out the yellow potion, get kind of a look on their face, maybe a little, not eyes, but body language, turn towards Fish ever so slightly, and then turn back and put it away. And Fish is like, huh.
May, what was that? May.
May looks at them and goes, I can't not give them something. And if anyone's going to make use of it, I suppose it'll be them. And kind of goes, well, here's this potion, describes what it does, and says, I can't emphasize clearly enough to you that it is a very risky potion to take mid-battle.
I imagine so. Are you giving me an order not to use it?
I would never do that, Fish, because you're head detective. What I am doing is recommending that you maybe think a little bit. Recommending, I might emphasize, that you think a little bit before you use it.
Well, I'm glad that you've remembered your place. I'll keep
May
your
rolls her eyes.
suggestion. I'll keep your suggestion recommendation in mind. Pops it in the jacket.
And then May turns to Cinna and gives him the blue fire potion, explaining what it does, and then kind of really reluctantly gives him the ghost pepper potion. Because out of anyone, if anyone can take a hit and is
Everyone would
likely to get in the middle of
survive. It is
something,
absolutely Sinner, yes. But
and he's the most likely to be in the midst of like a bunch of people he can hurt. So not
he
ideal, but like,
he does take it, and he pops a cork. You know what a Reaper chili is? I'm getting some notes.
May goes, no, I don't. I don't really want to either. I'm reluctant enough giving this to anybody to use. But you're probably going to survive it. So
Oh, it's just shooting the whole thing as a potion. Yeah, I was just thinking, if we end up saving the day and not needing it, maybe I'd just, dole it out. Mix it with a little bit of vinegar and oil, put it on tacos.
well, now you're just showing off Mr. Drum. For May smiling. And May also wants to check that everyone's markings are intact.
Yep. You go over everyone again, reapply what is needed.
We put one on metal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put one on metal.
While they are having this, I will say Callie is going to sit up and be like,
Twice, I have been completely accepted as being a reflection copy of myself, including by Grand Mage Crown. I just find that alarming if there is not a reflection cleric Denier walking around the sanctuary. Why do they so readily believe that I am she?
Goodness, Cal, do you think there's reflections of all of us?
Oh God, I hope not.
Well, if
Yeah.
Het and Tops got one and I got one, would point towards them being ones of all of us except Mr. Drum.
Well,
And
I hope-
me. There's no beating the original, baby.
Oh, so you killed your reflection somehow at some point. Maybe Amelia's like, oh, okay.
Huh? No, I know. I just like they'd know not to do it like out of principle, out of respect for me.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Cleric, I'll
Yes.
kill your reflection if you kill mine. if we need to, that is.
Cal does laugh a little bit, and she goes, I mean, you may find it difficult, but
Oh
well,
no, right back at you.
I mean, May, you are a junior arcanist. Maybe you don't have
Mr.
a
Drum. I told you that information in confidence. And you kill her
You're in your
then. You see how
deputy.
you go, Mr. Drum.
Oh, no,
I
I
am
don't think it's a
grateful.
good idea.
There's not going to be a reflection, Mr. Drum. That sounds nightmarish.
Yes, I can't say I
Sinner-
relish the idea.
Sinner looks haunted for a moment and goes, yeah. Real nightmare. What were we talking about?
Just the point is, I think there is evidence towards there being copies of us, and at some point I may want to cash in what Brown believed to be my task. We want to make May look maybe a little roughened up, and I drag her into the sanctum.
Cleric, you know just how to sweet talk a woman.
Cal flinches.
I mean, if you think that would work, I think that's a good idea. Maybe you and I are the reflections, or you're the reflections and you've captured all of us? Is that how we get in?
They know Matt.
And she is definitely uncomfortable talking to Metal, and she goes,
They know your face well enough that I don't believe we could pass you off as a fake.
Okay.
We could rough metal up too.
Yes, and fish as well.
I'm not trying to be mean, but I think she's roughened up enough already.
That's a good point.
Look at the fucking hair.
I wasn't going to say anything about it.
Metal is like.
Right, well-
where she tries to brush it behind her ears, but the like short piece just
Yeah.
immediately falls back.
Yes. She just kind of like she's got a little hairband now, and she just kind of like tucks it in.
Okay, you could,
Um,
you can rough me up, but make sure I'm still hot.
Still, yes.
Fuck
great.
off,
Someone
May
else to do it.
gladly.
May laughs.
In a fake whisper, Cal turns to May and goes, "A difficult task."
one I'm sure we'll manage to pull off. Surely.
I can't believe this. But like, it's jovial indignation, you know?
Yeah.
Mhm.
May's gonna sit down next to the others and go like leaning back, like, so what are we doing next?
Oh, I think this might help. Maybe. This is these were not my copy from the sanctuary. These are the ones given to me by the society, and she takes out sealing handcuffs. And
Yes.
she goes, I figure maybe we could rig them so they don't like close all the way and they don't activate, and then it looks like
Ms.
it's more of a hand-
Vaught, aren't you quite the entrepreneur? Give me those.
Okay.
May's immediately gonna like, I guess I'll roll symbol to like make it look like they're working, but they aren't.
Okay. Give me a symbol check or a tools check.
Well, it's not good either way. Can I have a Kekin advantage?
Okay, if you ask Fish for
actually
symbol
okay.
help, you can
Yes.
have Fish symbol help.
You would have to explain how Kekino could help you in this moment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, no. I like the idea of like May inviting Fish to learn anyway. I think that's within her character limits.
Even though I'm not hot. Oh, Miss
Oh,
Gladly.
darling, we'll find another use for you.
Yeah, we'll get there eventually.
The first was a 2. That's why I was so desperate for advantage. And it's a 3, so that's a 9.
When Fish and May are flirting, Cal being a shit stir.
Flirting?
Oh, flirting.
No, I should say
Oh,
from
to Cal,
Cal's
yeah.
perspective.
Gotcha.
Cal's gonna turn to Center and be like,
Keep an eye on them.
referring to Fish.
Always. So with a 9, you did a tools check.
Yeah, and maybe that I could do a different check after.
No, before you roll, you gotta choose whether it's a symbol or a tools check.
It doesn't matter because they're the same thing.
No, you get
plus-wise.
don't you double your proficiency bonus with tools? So it'd be +6.
Yeah, but my symbol is +6 anyway.
Is
Sorry, no, it's +4. You're right. Yeah, so yes, tool check.
Next time, call your shot. This time,
Yeah,
I
I
will
will.
allow it. You take a look at it, and you think that you can rig up something. You can just take like some little bits you have just in your bag, little shims of metal, and stick them in the locks in such a way that it won't actually close. There's nothing you can really do about the effect, but you also know that usually you have to like actually examine them. You know, most people in handcuffs are in handcuffs. You don't assume they're rigged trick handcuffs. So that's probably fine.
All right. May's like explaining to Fish what she's doing as she goes, I guess, and kind of like joking, nudging at them and stuff.
And how
And-
many millimeters?
May says however many millimeters it is.
Because Garth would. Because it's fine. Don't worry.
No, you can explain. I'm happy to like do a response if I understand what the.
Because
point is.
last session, when Garth was teaching the symbols against being copied and being slugged, he was like, "All right, do a millimeter here," and Fish is like, "You've never taught me anything about it." And
Okay, yeah,
so-
then May. Yeah, okay, May would be like, oh, it's like 2 millimeters, and like the pressure is maybe about this, and she would like, I don't know, press on some innocuous part of them, like because you can't always just tell how many millimeters it is, at least if you're applying this much pressure. And then go, I think the cleric is annoyed that we're getting along so well.
So she should be. No. Yes. So she should be.
And then
Well,
May's gonna like.
While this conversation has been happening and you've been rigging the handcuffs, Kekino has come up to Sinner and gone, "You're very tall. Can you lift me up so I'm also very tall?" And he goes, "Yeah, sure." And he lifts Kekino up over his head, and then he starts hovering like 5 or 10 feet in the ground. So their backs are turned. May and Fish are just having this conversation about handcuffs, and Cal just watches Sinner just like ascend a couple feet so that Kekino can be really tall. And he goes, "Wee!" before he's brought back down.
Cal, a shorty, goes, I don't like this.
Colliginous, I'm taller than you by a lot.
All right. So just to move forward a little bit, who is being prisoners, and who is being reflections, and are you using that to get in, or are you using it to sneak in? Because Pass Without Trace is now gone.
Since we were invited, we're just gonna walk in. Fish wants to be in the handcuffs.
Can Fish and May? Oh, I'm just thinking because like, which one is more useful to Crown to be handcuffed? Do you reckon?
I mean, Cal would be able to communicate that Crown specifically said capture May and bring her, but you do also know that downstairs in the scythe preparation room, the scythes were handcuffed with sealing handcuffs. You can get more and rig them.
And Cal can also do like shadow handcuffs, bonding. Cal would suggest this very normally, and Fish would go,
Fish snaps their fingers at Center and goes, I'll pretend to be passed out because I always go down in battle. And you'll just carry me in and be like, yeah, this one's already fucking unconscious. And then I get to spring up and take everyone by surprise.
do the Thor 3 get help.
Yeah.
Sure, Fish. That sounds good to me. Just so we know, I have been handcuffed before. They're a little small, so you actually need to link two together so I can, get the
Of
distance.
course they were.
That's
Now,
all right,
remind
Sheriff,
me,
we'll
Mr.
figure it
Drum.
out.
Mr. Drum, don't you have magic that makes you smaller? Isn't that part of your? Or oh no, never mind. So scratch that because it wouldn't work anyway if the hat. Sorry, ignore me.
Yeah. Let's not talk about that.
Is anyone joining me as a reflection?
Mercy.
All right.
Okay, and I guess we'll head down and get.
Cal got an impression that Reflection Crown is now an elemental.
No. He it was he essentially flipped a switch. He put magic into symbols. He didn't to activate something. He didn't do like a landslide or something. So you know he has magic, but how much is unknown to you at this point.
You know what legit Crown's discipline was?
He was a symbolist.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Right, that
he's
makes
a
sense
very
because of the tutoring.
he's a very well respected symbolist.
Got it.
Yeah, you're forgetting your hints about how Crown was one of the pioneers in reflection magic when he was young.
Yeah. So Cal will be like,
All right, myself and Mercy and the rest of you are captives. Do we have a plan besides carrying out the Grand Mage and well,
Let him
Actually,
monologue a bit, I reckon.
yeah.
And
then we
beat the
kill
shit out
him.
of him.
Do you
Yeah,
have
we
a
we
High five.
murder him.
And then we
plan?
kill him. I was thinking that maybe we sort of like open up a pit and we trap him there, and then we hit him until he stops or he's unconscious or something. You know,
It's worse before.
I use Earth Tremor, and then Fish, maybe your Blasphemous Darts, and Sinner, I suppose you could punch him.
Punch him.
Yeah. And
I've got an idea of what to lay on that man.
okay.
No, I'm not saying it because, like, you know how in the movies where they
Oh, and
explain
then
the
we're just
plan.
gonna cut to later.
Yeah, you know how in the movies where they explain the plan, that means it's guaranteed to fail. But if they don't
Yeah.
explain it on screen, then it's
Yes.
Yeah.
I've got a plan, and then we immediately cut to them stepping out of the elevator back into the side area.
Cal is going to
And Cal goes, "You said I have a plan, and then you didn't say anything, and we
Yeah.
silently walked to the elevator."
and Fish goes, yeah, yeah.
What's the two yet?
Cal is gonna like take a invisible loose thread on her dress, and she's going to be like,
We also have to concern ourselves with Cleric Angelus.
Oh God, I
Yeah.
forgot about her.
I asked for backup from Reverend Mother Shepherd, and she does have a personal score to settle with Angelus, and we can hope that we don't need to worry about that. But it'll still be
Fish,
another half an hour
Fi-
until she enters the sanctuary, and that is if she's entering the sanctuary, not successfully navigating it.
Fish glances at May and goes, she's a heretic by Denya's standards, but they are sisters in necromancy. Covering for her slip up. You're
Mhm.
welcome.
May's gonna roll insight.
I will
'Cause-
say it's not going to be that high because Cal has already accidentally said my sister
Yeah.
in front of May.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, it's not a great roll. It's an 8 for me.
Sinner has a 16, so
Oh shit!
he probably notices
like, I
and
guess that's
chooses not to
sibling.
say anything.
Sinner has the like weird relationship with your sibling thing deep in his brain, so
Oh,
he's
yeah.
immediately like, "Yep."
Mhm. Yeah. Sisters in necromancy. Yeah. I didn't just hear the words, I heard the tone, and I know what that means.
Yeah, my brother in crime.
My brother in Christ.
Well, May's gonna like snap the handcuffs on, and then expectantly look at them and go, "Well, shall we?"
Yeah.
We shall.
Let's go. And you head down into the sanctuary. The alarm has now stopped. There is less noise and movement than you heard before. But as you come down into the Scythe Hall, get the extra handcuffs, and rig them to pop open. Mercy fills you in on basically like there were some people walking by, and there was a group that came into the Scythe area, but they just grabbed some paperwork and then left. They didn't come anywhere close to here. But I've been hearing. People walking by, essentially. As you enter, I want May to give me an Arcana check.
That is 14.
14.
Hmm.
In the same way as like electricians walk into a house and go, something's wrong here, May re-enters the sanctuary again, and very subtle signs. The elevator being a little less smooth, the lights being ever so slightly dimmer, things that no one but May would really recognize because of her background. Gives you a sense that something is wrong, and as soon as you put your finger on it, it means that power is being drawn away. There's the symbols in the sanctuary are being a little bit starved for power, as if something that required a lot of energy was spinning up, turning on, getting close to being unleashed. And as you
Sorry, go on.
and as you make your way through the sanctuary, I am going to need a performance check from everyone and a deception check from Cal.
Okay, do I do performance and deception or just
No,
deception?
just deception. Everybody else does
Oh, my
performance.
performance.
Can
my
I get
performance
a-
is shit.
Can I
Okay.
get advantage from anyone?
I would say Kekino gives you advantage.
Can I get blessed from Mercy?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, you get guidance, so it's a
Yeah.
D4.
D4, okay.
Also, I will say, like,
Mercy is able to just like cast it on you anytime you like run into a checkpoint or meet someone or something. Kekino has been bound in not handcuffs. It's genuinely just like not even rope. It's just like a piece of string you cut off something. It was genuinely
Okay.
like the pole for like a light shade, equivalent of that. A clicker for a light or something in a closet that you just cut and just kind of like wrapped around his flippers, and the whole time he's going,
No! No! You'll never take me! No! No! Ah!
and he will be able to grant advantage to one person who really beefs their roll or thinks they're going to.
I will take it because I did beef my roll.
Okay.
So this has not occurred to Fish at all, but it has occurred to Ink. How are we getting the fucking sword in there without it being sus?
It's
Cal-
sinners.
Cal can carry anything that's like, oh, this is captured materials that they
Yeah.
had, or something
Yeah,
like that.
except Fish would pitch that, and she would immediately be like, "Oh yeah,
Yeah.
gross."
Yes.
That happened in the scythe room.
Yes, as you were leaving the scythe room after Fish was already in handcuffs, Cal picked up all of the stuff that people needed that were like weapons and things, and she just was like, "Oh, I need to like switch hands, juggle some things so I can carry this." And she just kind of like casually leans the sword against a wall, picks up everything else, and then exits.
Hey, Danya, yeah, fuck up my sword. We're not leaving without it. Danya, no, no.
Okay, use the Kekino advantage and remember to add your D4.
16.
16. Okay. Sinner got a 18, shockingly. He's been a prisoner before. He's been handcuffed before. He's experienced. There is a subtlety of body language that he conveys.
19.
May got a 17.
19, 17. Okay. Now we just need to roll for Mercy and Metal.
Can I say that May and Fish would be back to their little repertoire they had when they
Yeah.
were faking
Well,
getting
yay,
into
we
the
get
scythe room?
a walkie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the narrative is you guys freed Tone and then immediately got recaptured.
Yeah.
Or well, I say got recaptured about an hour later, but
Yeah.
that's not long.
Fish is like really giving up their all to this performance because they're method acting this time. Like, they took my fucking sword. I had immediately gotten really attached to that thing.
What does
It's okay, Fish.
call-
We'll go back for it.
What does Fish call reflection, Denier?
Don't know.
That's a good. Ponder on that because Fish would absolutely be like.
But they would, yes. So like I have to.
Like I call her calflexion, but I don't think Fish would necessarily do that.
I already know what it is.
All right,
I just have to figure out how it would be said.
As you go, Metal also gets a 19.
Damn.
As she is
I suck.
and she is tired enough that she's just kind of selling the, beaten down prisoner. Mercy gets a 5, which
Oh,
is
God.
very low, but is compensated for by all of you rolling so high. If you had all rolled worse, that would not that would definitely get you caught. But no, that compensates for her 5. You are stopped twice by reflections in the hallways before you tell them that you have prisoners that you were ordered to bring to the sanctum. And every time you are convincing enough, and your prisoners convincing enough, that you are let past. As you make your way through the sanctuary, you find yourself at the door to the Council of Elders room. And do you head in?
Cal is going to take a very deep breath and just sort of like flex her hands. She doesn't say anything in case it's bugged, but she does give a pause of just being like, if anybody's not ready, speak now or forever hold your peace. And she's just going to pause for a while before raising her hand to knock on the door.
May winks at her in an encouraging manner.
Metal seems nervous, but willing to push through.
May
Sinner.
transcends D&D classes to give her a bardic inspiration.
Yes. Sinner just kind of squares his shoulders, is very like subtly flexing and making sure his muscles are loose, ready for action. Kekino got too into his performance and kind of tuckered himself out, and now he's just kind of like flopped in Fish's arms. And you knock. Open the
Oh,
door.
sorry, Patrick. Before anything happens, May has marked herself with Fortunate Soul.
Okay. I will say it lasts for 1 minute. Yes? How
No,
long
it
does
lasts for an hour.
Oh, it lasts for an hour. Okay, that's fine.
I thought
Yeah.
you were telling me something was going on.
No,
No.
if it only lasted for a minute, I was like, unfortunately, with the guard stopping Cal and stuff, it would be more of a minute since you would have been safe to cast magic. But for an hour, yeah, she's marked with Fortunate Soul. As you knock and then enter, the sound of the rest of the sanctuary starts to fade away as you enter the quiet and peace of this large meeting room, place you've been before many times, where you were made detectives, where you were first told about the attack and where people recovered. And you are ready, you think, at least as ready as you can be. And as you walk down the slight slope, first you see the pews of the seating, then the council table, big arc of 3 large seats, and standing behind it, looking at something in his hand, is Grand Mage Crown. And standing across from him, now with her hood permanently off, pale and silent, cleric Attica Angelus. And Angelus looks up at you as you enter, but Crown does not.
Cal gives a deep nod and a silent partial bow to Angelus.
Angelus tilts her head ever so slightly and then turns back to Crown, doesn't say anything, and Crown finishes what he's doing and looks up and says, "Ah, detective. Thank you for bringing the prisoners here."
You're welcome, Grand Mage.
Fish says, I'm here for my next symbol lesson.
Cal almost is like, have to be like,
Crown laughs and just goes, "Fish, you are a very promising student, and I hope that I can give you symbol lessons very soon. It's interesting, Detective. I thought I saw that you changed clothes.
It's been quite a lot of battle to get these ones to me. The Detective Vaunt,
Is the word immolated?
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 Immolated. Thank you.
immolated herself, which caught my robes as well.
No, I understand. Well, come in. Come in.
Jesus Christ.
We'll
It's so bad being like, Cal's like, this is the great plan, and Mooney's like, I.
Etika will take it from here. We'll bring the prisoners down to the holding in the grand room, and we will see if they're amenable to our plan. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Of course.
I've been asking from the beginning. I have just wanted to be let in on what's going on. I'd love to be included.
Well, Fish, we can certainly include you. Fish, I think you of anyone can understand most what's happening here. You are someone who were taken from your people, and you watched them lessen, get destroyed. You're all too young to know what it was like before the war. The people we lost, entire cultures we lost, entire branches of magic that we lost, history gone, and, well, we are a species in decline. A few more generations, and I doubt there will be many sorcerers left. And if there are, they will never recover what we lost.
Is that why you're powering up the ampule at the moment?
Yes, it is why I am using the ampule, and why I will continue to use the ampule. It gives us the power to create new life, new sorcerers.
Yes, I've noticed you've done quite a job with these reflections.
Thank you. And the work is not finished yet. Within the hour, the ampule will finish this cycle. The reflections will be complete. They'll be perfect. And within a few years, they will forget that they are reflections, invent their own history, marry, give birth to their own children. And every month, the ampule will cycle up again and again and again. Within 2 years, the sorceress population of the world will double. We'll be back on track, able to reclaim our glorious age, our purpose. We will heal from what was done to us. Fish, what would you do to reconnect with your people, for them to heal, your country to be put back?
Destroy the ruling class.
Yeah. Well, there has been a change in management. And as long as we can keep the rest of the sorceress world from stepping in, it will soon be too late for them to stop what's happening here. And the charade can
Spoken like a
end.
true dictator.
I'm so sorry. Was I being ambiguous there? When I said the ruling class, I meant like the white people. I'm totally on board. I'm loyal. I'm loyal.
Of course. Excellent. Well, I think we can show Fish a little bit more of our operations. What do you think, Etika? She just kind of smiles. Very well. Of course, I've made a reflection of you, Fish. Very important to get the head of the detective team on board. So after
Oh man, there's two of me?
there are, after our work is done, hopefully as you adapt to your new role, we'll choose one of you to change your face, change your name, get a new life, live as a sorcerer should.
Hmm. Well, obviously it has to be the other one because I came first. And you
That's
like
fair.
me.
We will see what we can do. Etika, if you could take possession of Fish and get the handcuffs off, I would appreciate that. Oh, and for everyone else, I'm very sorry.
And when you say possession, they're just muttering to themselves as like Angelus comes on down. It's like, when you say possession, you don't mean like literally, because that's happened to me a whole lot, and I just don't really want to go through that shit again.
Crown is not paying attention to you, and Etika doesn't talk, so she's just kind of like
No,
smiling creepily at you as it walks up and goes to release you.
And Cal, getting very anxious, is going to go,
Grand Mage, sir, they can be very fast.
and she's going to get her hands up to do a shadow spear aimed at Fish.
I understand, Detective. Thank you. You know, it's funny. There never actually was a Grand Mage Crown. He died before the position existed. So there's only the benefactor now. Have you
is that
ever
what you
had...
prefer to? Is that what you'd be?
Fish.
Is
Sorry.
that what you would prefer to be called, sir?
I suppose so. It's what the others call me, instead of Grand Mage.
Cal's going to roll initiative.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm gonna give a little bit more of a monologue, but if Cal is ready to
Please.
throw down, Cal is ready to throw
I was
down.
gonna, I was gonna say Maze was about to attack.
Yeah.
Damn it. I only got a 3. Go monologue your bad self.
Yeah.
Crown says, yes. Ipswich Crown was a great man, and he died in my arms. It was his last great experiment, his perfect reflection. But I wasn't perfect. He was too battered from his capture and torture, couldn't solve the final few problems, and so at the last of his strength he dragged himself to the arcanum he'd made and created me, and died in my arms. And I am so sorry to all of you. I am flawed and weak, unbroken. If there really was a Grand Mage Crown, I'm sure he would have found a way. I have done everything in my power to protect sorceress lives. Everything I have done minimized death. That is the one thing that we can never come back from. I'm sorry that I wasn't good enough. I'm sorry. Etika, kill them all. And then he starts to turn and walks away as Angelus is going to make a sleight of hand check. against Fish's sleight of hand check. Go ahead and give me that roll.
Mm. Mm, mm, mm. 15.
15. You see Angelus slip the metal shim out of the handcuffs and go to tighten them on your wrists for real, and you have just a moment to slip out of them and take the handcuffs off before she seals away your magic. We are now going to roll initiative.
Am I
As
committing to my 2, or can I go again?
no, you're committing to your 2, unfortunately.
Okay. 3, technically.
As
Man.
Big money.
Angelus smiles and you hear footsteps. And as Crown starts to walk away, you hear,
Dad, do we really have to fight them?
yeah, Kekino, it's has to be done. And you see the shadows of some reflections walking out. And it is there that we will end tonight's session.
What does calflexion look like?
If you want to go for a couple more minutes,
Yeah,
I was
let's
gonna leave you on. I was gonna
on.
leave you on tenterhooks. Okay. As the reflections come out, you see Fish wearing the old sweaters, ones that you left behind in your room. Kekino looking identical to yours, but something is wrong with your face, and then you clock it. Well, you used a little bit of concealer. You're pretending to be a famous actor. This fish has erased their reflected tattoos. A whole untattooed fish. Stepping up behind them, a swish of cloth, and Cal recognizes this dress. It's one of your extras from your room. It's been tailored slightly. As a flowing pillar of black steps out of the hallway, you see a dress a little too bold for your comfort. That's why I haven't worn it recently. Exposed from the wrist to the elbow, no gloves, and a veil. Not the veil how you made it, but altered, sewn, ends just below the nose, so you can see the purplish berry colored lipstick. I'm sorry that we have to do this. As you see, copy of metal step out from behind Cal. And then, well, I'm afraid it just has to be done. As May steps out last. And that's where we're ending the session.
Okay, there's no aisle. We're good. We're good.
No, not another 2 hours. No, what's it?
No,
It's
it
10:38.
is bedtime. Yes.
They have to sleep at some point.
Fish grabs on to whoever's closest to them when calflexion comes out. It's like, hold on.
Hold on. That's a mouth. I said pincers. That's a joke from back in the fucking Ghost Eater arc.
Yes, that is a very old joke. As Fish decides to break the fourth wall for the first time ever and goes, "No, don't you pan away from this! You focus on those lips. Bring that camera back."
What is that? That's forearm. What the fuck? Holy no! Zoom in. I need to. What's the body hair? I need to tell Sarah.
If I may, I think May would magical telephony and say, "Welp, you were wondering, cleric." Broad to the whole group. But yeah,
Oh, just about the reflections.
yeah.
We will deal with the fallout of meeting your reflections next time. You
This
don't.
bullshit.
I'm not sure you remember, but this is the combat music from when you fought Etika before.
Yeah, I do remember
Yes.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Elise is gonna run in here and see what Calflexion is doing, and is like, love that. Callie, take notes.
Yes, love that. Take notes. You cannot copy Miss Sister. I'm gonna have to kill you, but before we get down to it, it works, and I love it. No, this, the fight starts, and you're all getting your ass beat, and then Elise runs in, and she punches Etika in the face and goes, "World Star!" and then runs away.
Elise grabs Calflexion's veil and is like, look, it's not you, so it's just like ripping off the band-aid. See? Look how cute she is!
Oh fuck! It's Elise with the steel chair.
Yeah, it's Elise with a steel chair. All right, guys. Do we want to stop the recording?
I guess.
I guess.
Yeah, but we
Okay.
can still talk. I'm just gonna crawl.